Madam Clerk. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the virtual closeout calendar year meeting on December 28th, 5:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, now call the order.
Yes, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. This is a roll call for Municipal Council closeout meeting for Thursday, December 28, 2023. The time is now 5:43 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik. Thought he was there. Councilwoman Mims.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Udin. Councilman Velez.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, now please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Today's meeting date is December 28, 2023. The time is now 5:44 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023 to 2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before payment, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before payment of bills, since this is the closeout meeting, I would like to ask Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilissa Mims, to give us a prayer before we start this meeting, to put God in the beginning of this meeting, of the last meeting of the year 2023.
Absolutely, Council President. First of all, before we pray, I just want to send out condolences to our council colleague, Councilman Fareed Udin, whose mother passed away, and I'm sure that's why he's not here on tonight. So our heartfelt condolences go out to him and his family, and to so many others that have lost their loved ones during this holiday time, whether it's present or past. During the holidays, it's a very hard time when it comes to grief and going through that process. So our heartfelt condolences on behalf of the City Council to all of our families in this great city of Paterson. Let us pray. God, our Father, we thank you because this is a day that you have made, and we rejoice and we are glad in it. God, we thank you that you've kept us from January all the way through December. God, you've been a faithful, a just, a good, and a sovereign God. And we are grateful unto you, who always gives us the victory and causes us to triumph. So God, as you've kept us in 2023, we pray that you will push and move us forward into 2024, where you will give us even more. God, we praise your name for everything that you have done. We praise your name for everything you're doing. And we praise your name for everything that you're about to do. We pray, and we pray for the fighting in Gaza, that there will be an immediate ceasefire and peace and unity. We pray for peace and unity and harmony all across our world, this country, and our great city of Paterson. keep this council, keep our administration, keep our employees, keep our residents, our seniors, our youth, keep them safe and keep them from any hurt, harm, or danger. God, we thank you for this meeting on tonight, that it will go smooth, it will go expedient, and it will be effective. God, we thank you in advance. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you so very much, Councilwoman Lilith Simmons. Now payment of bill, Councilwoman Davila.
Happy birthday, Councilwoman.
To which one?
Well, yours was yesterday. Well, both, but yours was a club.
Oh.
Both of you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
I'll still be celebrating, okay, till December 31st.
Yeah.
Okay, so $1,000,004.
Yeah.
Council President?
Payment of bill, Councilwoman Davila.
Okay, so to my council colleagues, the summary of disbursements are totaled $8,255,966.56. This was a payroll week, which was $897,000 with $7.52. There was 2 payout payments to Roselli, which was about $1.4 million, making it a total of $8,255,966 with 56 cents. Okay, I make a motion for payment.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Yes, Mr. President, roll call on payment of bills in the amount of $8,255,966.56. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk,
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
I'm sorry, I meant to say I need to rescue myself from this payment.
Oh, you need to recuse?
Yes, thank you, Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Thank you. Recuse. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
votes are 6 yeses, 1 recusal, 2 absences. Payment of bills in the amount of $8,255,966.56 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, we only have 1 second reading ordinances. Let's start with the first item, which is the second reading ordinance.
Yes, Mr. President. Second reading ordinance, item number 1, is an ordinance vacating the last block length of Cedar Street, which has not been utilized as a public roadway. It's a Public Works Ordinance number 23063.
So
Moved
moved.
by Councilwoman Davila and
Second.
Councilman Kalik, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
You
On
missed
fully-
me. You
yes.
missed me,
And I'm Councilwoman Mims also as well. I do apologize. So now
Councilwoman Mims, second or moved?
second.
I second.
Thank you.
Yes. Now, polling hearing is now open for item number 1. See no move to close.
No, we have to wait a few
Yes,
minutes.
yes.
Wait.
We have to wait a few minutes,
Okay, so
a minute or so, anyhow.
let us know.
How good do Ryan know about that one?
He knows.
Council President, make it very clear that this public portion's for the item, not the regular public portion.
It's public hearing, so it's-
Public hearing,
Thank-
just make sure.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. As soon as we open up, let's make it clear. It's for this item only. Ryan, let us know when we're ready to the first speaker.
do we have any speakers? Ryan said there is 1 speaker on, but he's unable to differentiate whether it's for public portion or for this item.
Can he ask them offline?
Mm-hmm.
Can you try to find out? No? He said, Put them through? I don't know. Well, let me find out from Council President. Ryan said he's unable to differentiate. Is it okay to put the person through?
So you know what? Let's put the person through, and if it's not for this item, he could wait for the public portion.
Okay. Go ahead, Ryan, please.
Hello?
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm on actually to speak around the portion around Congressman Estrell. Is this the item?
Also, you gotta wait for the public portion. No problem. We allow you in to see if you want to comment on the ordinance number 1, but you could just stay there. We're gonna let you know when you could speak during the public portion. We appreciate that you wait online. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You know what,
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion to close. Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call on item number 1, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Kali, for supporting this, vacating the street. Beautiful project moving forward in the 5th Ward. I voted yes.
Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 2, first reading.
Item number 2 is a first reading ordinance. No public hearing is required. It's an ordinance supplementing Chapter 427 of the Paterson Code entitled Solid Waste to provide for fees and procedures related to bulk waste collection and disposal. May I have a motion, please?
This is first reading.
It's
Yes.
first reading.
I move it.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilman Velez,
Discussion.
second by Councilwoman Davila,
And Mims.
Discussion?
and Councilman Mims.
No, I didn't second it. I called for a discussion.
I need a discussion too.
Okay, so discussion, council members. So this item is on first reading. Let's open the discussion, but let's keep in mind that before the second reading, we're gonna be able to make any changes on this item. So Councilwoman Mims.
Hi, so good evening to the Paterson viewing public that will view this meeting. In regards to this item, the ordinance supplementing Chapter 427, I have a few questions and or concerns. So we know that there has been a promotional blitz that has taken place in regards to alerting the community on the new process effective January 2nd of our new company that will be coming on. However, there are many concerns in the community regarding the bulk process. We know that the bulk process, the first time, well, it's one time, it's $50, and then after that, there will be fees imposed after that. And if a resident wants to, they could drop them off. So here's some of my questions and or concerns. So I saw on page number, I probably have to go back to page 1, but on page number 2 in the resolution, in the ordinance document, in the fees, it says, well, in section B, it says there shall be a one-time fee curbside collection of bulk waste for every property within the city, regardless of number of tenants or dwellings. Upon use of aforementioned free curbside collection, all future owners shall be subject to the fee schedule. That's one of my concerns. And then the bulk that I don't have an issue with that. Then if you drop down to 427-47, it says the fee for bulk trash curbside and disposal shall be due on the date of rendering of the bill. If bills are not paid within 30 days from the date of rendering, interest will accrue at the rate of 8% per annum. I have a concern with that. And then it says liens originating from non-payment of bulk trash collection and disposal charges shall be processed for collection in the manner so provided by law, including the sale of a lien. So in other words, for the first time, there's a $50 fee. You only get one time for that fee. Then whatever that looks like after that, I don't see it like clearly defined. So I just want clarity on that. But then it's saying if you don't pay it, there's an 8% interest rate that will accrue per annum. In addition to that, liens will be cited or placed on the owner's property until these things are taken care of. For me personally, and I don't know this council, but I would really like to strike this, that there will not be any charges to residents for bulk pickup, that there will just be a clear, defined process in place for us to pick up. The concern, and there are a few concerns I have. One, what happens with the record keeping process? Is there a clear process that will let us know out of the approximately 168,732 residents, how will we know that person or that homeowner has paid? Like, what will show us that it's clear? I would like to know what that looks like, because if someone calls, how will we know they didn't call 5 months ago, 6 months ago? Is there a system that flags that? We know we have a very antiquated system currently in the city of Paterson. So I want to see how this system will differ. That's number one. Number two, if this new company is saving us approximately $25 million, why are we creating another process that will incur more costs to the residents of the city? Even though we did a campaign blitz, it was a very short time window of that campaign blitz for our residents. Maybe this could be like, it could wait maybe a few months, maybe 6 months, and we revisit it so that the residents could get more familiar with the process before we start charging, and not be clear around the process of, you call us one time, there's a fee, then after that, what does that look like? So this item for me, I don't think is ready for full rollout. And I'm going to wait to hear the rest of the discussions from everyone, but I want to understand and know what that system looks like, because we still have in the city, as I stated, an antiquated process, which includes some of our stuff being done still manually. And in some offices, they still use a typewriter. So I want to know how we're going to be able to identify with all of the residents in Paterson and the properties. How will we know that that person called once, and then how will we be able to say we flagged it, that what would that charge be when they call back again?
President?
Just a minute, Billy.
And my last piece of that is, maybe we can have a fee schedule versus it just being a flat rate. Maybe there's a fee schedule. Maybe the first time is 50, second time is 25, whatever that looks like. Maybe it could be staggered to give customers an opportunity to really gain a clear understanding on what that process looks like. That's just a recommendation I'm putting to the floor, because if we're saving money, why do we keep incurring other things that will cost the residents more money? And then we're not paying the DPW workers that are going to have to come and pick it up. So I'm trying to understand, they'll get their normal pay, but they're not getting an increase in salary. So I just want clarity on this new process, or the amended process that we're looking at tonight. What is the system that we'll use? The fees, how will we gauge that? 3, the money that we're going to be given to that's another point. What the money that will be accruing, what will we use that money for? Is it going to be used to increase the salary of the DPW workers that will have to pick up this bulk trash or have to be at the receptacle where they're going to be dropping off? Because when you look through this item, it says that they will have individuals at the site that will take the ID. That means when you go to drop off your trash, according to this ordinance, it says we will have personnel there at the site. They will check their ID with the address. So I'm trying to understand, how is this going to work? I just want to understand very clearly, and I know the public is watching as well, and they want some more clarity as well. So, Council President, if we could get some clarity to this item.
Sure,
Council
definitely,
President.
Councilwoman. Thank you. Just a minute, council members. So before we continue the dialogue, I would open the floor to the director of DPW because this is one of the most important items that we have here. And I know, Councilwoman, you're next, Councilwoman Cotton. So I have to open the floor to the Director Rodriguez and to Captain Lilon, the VA, before we open the discussion. Billy?
I mean, why you don't let me? Why be let me finish what I got to ask him, and you can probably answer some of the same stuff.
Yeah.
That's all I mean.
Councilwoman, I understand, Councilwoman. Councilwoman, I know we all have multiple questions. Councilwoman, just give me a minute. I know, Councilwoman, before you, I will open the floor to Billy and Captain Long. Well, go ahead. We'll go ahead with your question, Councilwoman.
Wait,
all right, my
Council
question.
President, before she speaks, I just got a few texts that it's not showing on YouTube. Something's wrong with they said they didn't hear my entire discussion. It was cut off. So, and they're saying it's still not on. So can we double check?
Okay, Ryan. So Ryan, check on that, Ryan. Can you please look into the YouTube channel and make sure that it's that we live on YouTube? Go ahead, Councilwoman Mims, Cotton.
Okay.
It's on. It's on YouTube. It's on.
Can you
go ahead, Councilwoman?
Wait a minute. Let me try to get back on here again. Okay, my question. I mean, I've been here for the last 10 years, and now the only question now. I mean, I do have some of the items that Councilman Mims talked about. I don't see how we can keep track of it. I'm not sure who we billing. I'm not sure we're going at the homeowners. I'm not sure if we're going at the tenants. I mean, how are we going to know what we're going at? Now, everyone, if you look at first read ordinance number 2, it doesn't have a number. It doesn't have an ordinance number. I was taught, not taught, during my course of sitting on this city council, that you cannot pass ordinances. It has to be passed in the same year. We are calendar year now and not fiscal year. So we go from January through December. Now, before we went from July 1st to June 30th, number 2 doesn't have a number or ordinance number, which it should. Now, when they start, and I looked at some of my old ones, and I could kind of look at them and see, and that would be the first thing. But some of the things is like, who are we actually going after? And I stated before, no one's listening. The 1st, 4th, and 5th ward has the bulk of the garbage. And you can ride around now, starting this week, it was absolutely horrible with garbage pickup, and there's still garbage out there. And I know those guys at Roselli are working in overload. I know they are, because now, besides you got Christmas boxes, you got leaves that weren't picked up when they were supposed to, you got furniture that people threw out because they got something new in the house. You got all of that mixed together. How are they going to deviate what they're going to take and what they're not going to take? But my concern is that we should not be passing first reading ordinance in a year that we can't do the second reading in the same year. Because this is our last meeting, and that's my understanding, that if you're going to pass ordinance, it got to be within the same year that you're passing it. It can't go from one year and go into a new year. That's my concern. There's a lot of issues. If they got some answers and they can answer, but they should have get in the car. They can get in the car with me and ride around and see what we got. 1st, 4th, and 5th ward has the bulk of the garbage, and you can say whatever you want, but the garbage is still out there. And I know Roselli is working in overload, but it is still out there. Bad.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Billy,
you.
the floor is open for your director.
Council President.
Just give me a minute, Councilman Velez. We got Billy, the director. So I want him to give us an overview of this process, and then that'll be after, because we all share a concern about the safety component of the charger for the community. Director Billy, so you got the floor.
It's a point on the floor before the director answer and BA. There's a question on the floor that's real important legally. Corporation Counsel, can you clear that question, because we at the end of the year, first reading is being adopted at the end of the year, and then next year. Can he answer that? Then we could be free moving forward. No,
I was Corporation Counsel was the third person for Corporation Counsel. You could definitely try to just clear that out. If we legally could take action on first reading on this item, and then going into the new year.
Point of order, point of order, Council President. There were some important questions that were raised even prior to that.
Councilwoman, I got you. I understand that, but before we got to move up to the least legal matter. If it's not legal that we could take action on first reading, we remove it from the agenda. We're starting January with this. Corporation Counsel, can you clear that out?
Yes, thank you, Council President, for that inquiry. We have looked into this issue. We haven't found any bar that prohibits a first reading now and a second reading in January. Councilwoman Cotton is right. In circumstances when there's a reorganization and council is changing and turning over and there's a new council, at that point, the disconnect between the old council and the new council prohibit a first reading and second reading in between that change. But at this point, there's no legal bar in doing the first reading now and then proceeding to a second reading with the same council in January. Thank you.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Billy, you hear the concern about Councilwoman Mims, the concern and the multiple question. Also, Councilwoman Cotton. So we open the floor for you. That way you could give us an overview about this item, and also Madam Clerk. And if there's more discussion, we'll continue. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Council President. First of all, the first pickup, anybody who calls for a pickup, the first pickup is free. Every resident in the city, the first pickup is free. Any additional pickup after that would be $50. Any drop off to the city yard will be free as well. This is how it runs. You bring it to you could come. Any resident could come Monday through Sunday, and drop off their garbage. We'll have a yard man there. We'll have a supervisor and an inspector who's going to be in charge of the new sanitation program. That'll be there collecting data, collecting IDs, taking copies of the IDs. Everything will be ran through SDL. All payments will be made through Municipal Pay. Everything will be electronic. There'll be spreadsheets made out of what residents dropped off when, what dates. When you go online and you pick your day, because you have to schedule a pickup. When you schedule a pickup, it'll let you know exactly what day your pickup is going to be. So if you're in zone, let's say you're zone 1, and I'm not saying that this is the day, but your day is February 14th. You'll know that on February 14th to put your bulk up, and that the city of Paterson is coming to pick up your bulk that day. So all that'll be ran through SDL and the new system where it's the link is in the city's website. I'm not sure what the link is, what's the website for that, but you definitely can find it on there. We are capable of handling the garbage. Our guys are ready. It'll be on a rotating basis for my CDL drivers and laborers on the weekend to pick up the garbage. It won't be a set crew, to be a rotation basis, so everybody will be able to get a little bit of the pie. As far as the garbage company, the new garbage company coming in, I spoke with them today. They overhired what they think they need. They overhired drivers. They overhired laborers. They have 16 trucks in their lot in Paterson waiting to go on Tuesday. So they are going to be hitting the streets heavy, doing whatever they want to be. We'll also be out there on the administration side. Me, my deputies, my supervisors, the inspectors, to make sure that this changeover is as flawless as it could be. We all know it's going to be a headache, especially the first couple weeks. It's going to be a headache. But they're guaranteeing us that their commitment is in Paterson. They're trying to change the culture of the garbage pickup in Paterson, and that's what we're looking forward to.
Council President.
Sure, give me 1 second. Director, there was another question from that Councilman Lily Cement asked you, and it's about we're saving millions of dollars with this new contract, and I'm blessed. And that's the reason why I've been in full support of this new company all the way, because this is the way to go. But now, since we're saving millions of dollars with this company, why do we need to charge to the taxpayer? Can we start a pilot program for at no cost until we make sure that the system is going to be effective in terms of like myself when I go with my ID? Can we check and do a pilot program at no cost to the city to make sure that we don't make no mistake? Because I understand what liens on the property means, and we understand all of that. And I'm concerned about the system in place that is going to be like, that it's going to be effective for the resident, and we're not going to be charging other people and putting liens on property. So why can we have that pilot program in place? That question for me. Go ahead.
Gabia.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Council President, if I could jump in to answer that. And I want us to think a little bit about reframing how we're talking about saving money, because we're really comparing our old contract to our new contract. There was a period of time in between where, so for example, our old contract that expired in end of June 2022 was a 5-year contract that was about $21 million. When we were going out to bid after that, we got contracts for 5 years that were $55 million, and then possibly $50 million. So we were able to get that cost down back to something similar to our old contract. So our old contract for 5 years that we had, again, was $21 million. Our new contract is $25 million. It's still an increase over what we were paying before, but it's not as much as it would have been if we had kept bulk pickup in. So we still need to cover the costs that we're going to be incurring for bulk pickup. Now, we're keeping it very minimal. This is not going to cover all the costs necessarily. And we feel like it is a pilot program that's free to our residents for that first pickup. Some residents, and again, we're just talking about bulk. Some residents might not use bulk pickup all year. They might not have used it in a few years. I know Councilwoman Cotton, this is not something, we disagree a little bit about this, but it's something that I want us to focus a little bit on. So let's go back to that idea. Our upcoming contract is $25 million over 5 years. It's a 20% increase over the previous contract. We're still looking to find ways to pay for that contract. We can't continue. We know that we're not going to be able to do that through taxes, through other ways. Going back to the idea of the fees and all the information, the website has all of this information. If you go to patersonnj.gov, in the middle of the page, you see all those circular buttons. It has agendas and the city code and the way that people can pay their sewer bill or their tax bill online. The very last one, we have a new button there that says trash pickup schedules. And so residents can go there. This is where all the information is in one place for all the residents to kind of learn and to see for themselves the details of this. As Billy was saying, we are utilizing SDL. It's a tool that we had in place that we're using for a few other departments, but that we have really focused for probably about 3 or 4 months, not just the last month, on implementing this new way of tracking so that residents can feel confident that it's being tracked. They know, the city knows that, yes, there hasn't been a pickup for your exact address. We will mark you down. We will go ahead and tell you that you can then now schedule your pickup. If you've already utilized your free one, say it's the middle of the year in 2024, you've already utilized one bulk pickup, you want to do another bulk pickup, you want to schedule it, you're going to go ahead, you're going to follow this process and use these links to schedule your pickup. You pay your $50 fee right there. That's where, when we talked about, there's a section of the ordinance that Councilwoman Mims was asking about that's talking about, kind of paying it. Hopefully we won't have any unpaid balances because we're having people schedule it right there. They're doing it ahead of time. They're paying for it. We'll be able to track that they're ready to utilize their free one, and then they'll be able to make their payment, and then they'll have their confirmation email that they're all ready to go, and they'll be notified about what their date for pickup will be. And Councilwoman Cotton had a question about who is going to, at the end of the day, who is going to be fined, really. It's going to end up being the property owner, because that's who we have. Now, there might be some details down the road that, the property owners start becoming a little more active about scheduling bulk pickup, that they correspond with their tenants to make sure a bulk pickup gets picked up. They're the ones who are going to end up having, the situation where there's the potential of a lien on a property, just like any other liens that the city puts on for property, especially for inspections, board ups, those type of things that aren't taken care of by the landlord. So I tried to answer as many of the questions that you might have, but we do recognize this is not going to be easy from the start. We understand that there's a lot of trash, just like Councilwoman Cotton is saying. Majority of it will be picked up by our new company. The majority of it is just maybe a volume issue of a lot more trash. When we're talking about bulk, it's going to take a little time for people to get used to this process, but that's why we also wanted to make sure that we had that first pickup free. So it'll give everybody some time to schedule their pickups, to make sure that DPW knows when to send people, to make sure that we're staffing properly and that we're planning for the future. Because it's unsustainable to have kept bulk pickup in our contract. As you can see, where we can do a 20% increase, 21 million to 25 million, the city can absorb that, the taxpayers can absorb that. They can't absorb anything else. And again, with not everybody utilizing this one aspect of a trash pickup service.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam BA. So we have two council members. Let's go straight with the answer. We have Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims on. You're next, Councilwoman Mims. Yes. Go ahead, Councilman Velez.
Okay, thank you, Councilman President. See, the reason I move it to put it on the floor for discussion, and I know this was going to happen, it's hard to digest all the information that we have on Zoom meeting, right? Because we don't have all the documents in my hands, right? I tried to download the document itself, the ordinance, and it's not downloading. But what I heard, when I was listening about Councilwoman Mims, that she detailed those sections, we had a slight discussion in committee. We spoke about the $50 charge to the tenant, to whoever's going to put the bulk out there. But when you look at the whole document, there's some things that trigger and really, really bothers me, because I don't have the whole document to say why this now, why this now, and why this now. First of all, Council President, and once again, I just moved the resolution for discussion. That don't mean that I'm 100% supporting it, but this is what I gotta say. Right now, and Councilwoman Rubicon stated, First Ward, Fourth Ward, and Fifth Ward, we don't have the bulk of the garbage. We have a lot of bulk, but based on the lot of multi-dwelling building and building that we have in the city, especially in the Fifth Ward. It's not fair to those new developers or those individuals that have fixed the wards to look better in quality of life, that their tenant that's not going to follow the rules. Here comes the tenant that don't care what the owner of the building pays for whatever responsibility they have, and they start charging the landlord. That's one thing, especially when you're going to manage apartment by 45, a building with 45 apartments or 50 apartments, or wait until the armory opens. So all that stuff, right? Now, it's not fair for them. They're paying a lot of taxes. There's three scenarios in the city that they came up, and I know the colleagues going to agree with me, is one was the health insurance. We were saving money. At the end of the day, we still had to go forward because we're not saving it. The second one was the sewer. That say was going to save us and save her. We don't see the saving in the homeowners out there with a sewer bill. The other one is, wow, I could mention 100 of them, but I'm concerned I'm concerned. This idea about the pilot, I mentioned it way before to submit it because we need to do the analysis, Council President, if this is really going to bring us a saving or is going to put more burden between the employees of the city and if it could compensate the saving in one aspect. There's another issue that and the reason I'm moving it because in workshop probably they could bring forward all those details to convince us to pass this. The other thing is we are serving the new company truck, Council President, is going to serve senior buildings and housing buildings. Okay, how are we going to charge those senior buildings and housing building if they have a bunch of bugs out there? How are we going to charge them if they have TVs, sofa, any kind of furniture? How are we going to charge them when it comes up to pick up their buck? So, and the other thing is, there's something knows why what I'm doing. I was guys speaking here is the seniors. Seniors live in a burden right now. Social Security, they're not getting paid every time. Sometimes they don't have the money. So that is things that we had to talk on down the road, especially the ordinance was added, a lot of stuff that was not discussed in committee. Okay, the only thing was discussed in committee was the $50. It was free the first time, and then from there was charged $50 to the tenant. Council President, I still agree that it should stay in first reading, but they should be ready for the workshop and bring us in detail how this is going to move forward. That's what I'm going to say. I don't have a problem if the city will establish something that it was tax free for the residents. But this time is not free for the residents, and they're already paying a lot of taxes at this time for, especially the homeowners paying a lot of taxes on the city of Paterson with the properties. So if something comes up down the road, I will bring it up.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. I know Councilman Mims, you're next, and I understand, Council Cali, that the reason why we have this item on the agenda is because we start with the new company January 2nd, and the contract not including the bulk now. But with that being said, Madam BA and Director, I still have this on the floor, and Councilman Mims, put all those points very clear. It should be a pilot program at no cost for the resident until we get this together. Because I understand that the new company is not picking up bulk, and we're gonna have to deal with. But we already have enough. Our taxpayers, they're going through hell in the city of Paterson, and it's because so many families live not only in the first, fifth, in the third ward. I have a lot of seniors that live on fixed income, and I understand that they don't utilize the bulk, all this time. But it should be a pilot program at no cost until we come back, have a very thorough discussion at the workshop, and look all the angle of this legislation. That's my opinion, and that's what should be done at this moment. Councilwoman Mims.
I don't know if it's virtual, but I was doing somersaults, jumping jacks, and everything just to get to be heard.
I got you.
And then I have all this great information, and people are watching, and every time I speak, they're cutting my speech off. So I have a problem with that, and I'm going to put that on notice. That if it happens again, I know it's intentional.
Give me a second, Councilman. Who's cutting this? Can somebody?
When I spoke, half of my speech was cut entirely off when I spoke earlier. So I'm going to stay. So this time I'm putting it on notice. If it's cut off again, because it's full now, it's on. If it's cut off again, I know it's done intentionally. So I'm putting it on notice.
Okay.
This item, and I gave all the details. I'm not going to go all the way through it. The great thing about us, we are the legislative body of the city. I make a motion that the entire section that talks about charging the residents be amended, that there is no charge for the residents. This will be a pilot program for at least 4 months where the residents will not pay for bulk pay charge until we have a clear, defined process in place.
Got you, Councilwoman. Got you.
Let me finish.
Let's go with that.
Let me finish.
Let's go step by step, Council. Let's entertain let's entertain that portion because we all agree.
I know, but I want to bring clarity to the motion because I want to be clear. The reason why I'm making the motion, number one, our residents can't afford to be taxed any further. That's number one.
Agreed.
Number two, there needs to be a clear, defined process on start to finish. What system, SCL, we need to see SCL in action. We need to see something in the council, maybe a presentation to show us that SCL is able to flag and let us know how many times a resident has called. We need to see that. We also need to see the process when they go to drop off bulk, where they're showing their identification for that particular address. What system will be utilized at the DPW's drop station? So all of that needs to be done. I want to, and I'm going to amend the language first. So that's my first motion. I want to amend the language to remove the fees for the residents. They do not deserve to pay anything else. Let's do a pilot for at least the first 4 months. And then we'll come back and revisit those fees later.
I think we're speaking the same language. We agree, Councilwoman. So there's a motion on the floor to eliminate the $50 charge, council members. It was a motion by Councilwoman Mims. So I second that motion. Madam Clerk, can we vote on this motion to remove $50 charge on this before we continue? And I understand, council members, on January the 2nd, we start with the new company. They're not picking up bulk. We have to take action now. Now, this is we all agree, and our concern as council members is that we don't want another charge to our taxpayer. So let's entertain this motion now. If it passed, then we could vote it. And in January, we're going to have a workshop. The director's going to have a presentation. We're going to be able to go step by step. Councilman Velez mentioned that some of my council colleagues, they don't have the whole document at hand. I don't have the whole document. So I've been reading, downloading. So for second reading, we're going to have a better understanding. But that motion is on the floor. It was moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Mendez, Council President Mendez. Madam Clerk, roll call on this motion.
I have a question first, Council President. Like, you see my hand up.
I understand. Okay,
I understand that even if you amend this and do not charge, you have put so much burden on DPW. How in the world are those guys are going to do this?
Councilwoman,
nobody has answered that question.
But the question that I have for you, Councilwoman, is the new contract is not including bulk.
You know what? I wasn't. Okay, I understand
so what is the answer? So how are we gonna pick up the?
No, I understand that because you can't find a company out there who wants to do bulk. Nobody wants to do bulk.
You here? So we got the contract.
So now we putting the burden on the DPW people. Go and ride around through the city and see what some of these buildings are putting out.
I understand.
Listen, so I'm saying to you,
today, Councilwoman.
I understand that. So now, okay, even if you take out the rate, DPW still is not going to be able to do this.
So what is it? So what is your
I don't have to answer either. That's what.
Okay, no, my choice and Councilman's choice. And let's keep the rate out until we get it together. And Councilman Velez, I know he agreed to. Can we move on that motion, Madam Clerk? Can we?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And first of all, they never even answered me on why there's no number on this ordinance.
No, you hear from
first reading ordinance.
No, he did not say give me. He said he could. No, he did not say why.
After we vote on the motion, I open the floor to Corporation Council, Councilman. Can we move on the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Motion to amend item number 2 to remove the $50 fee from the ordinance. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. I'm sorry, he's absent. Councilman Velez.
You forgot Councilwoman Mims.
I called her name.
You voted her.
She answered already. Councilman Velez.
I said yes, Councilman.
Is interested. I don't know if you guys could agree with me. Removing the $50 is a good idea. I should remove the whole enforcement area of the resolution because they could say, okay, we removed the We removed the $50, but we could put a lien because they could have garbage out there, bugs out there. So I don't know. But in the second reading, on the workshop, we had to clarify all this. But for now, let's move forward. That's what he says.
Your vote is yes. Thanks, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If there is no charge, we cannot put any lien on the property if we don't have any pending charges. So if we remove the $50, we're removing lien, we're removing everything away, and it's going to be free for the resident of the city of Paterson. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Council President.
Council President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 2 is hereby amended as discussed.
Thank you. Now, council members, we remove the fee. Go ahead, Councilman Mims.
The second amendment, because it should have been a part of the first, but I'm gonna put it on. The second amendment is that I guess we could come back for that. I was gonna put it on to have like a time frame, maybe 6 months or 4 months, but we could wait after we have the further discussion.
And also, Council Cali, what we have done now is great because we're gonna be able in January to go and sit down and make it perfect. So now there's no lien for the property, there's no charge for the resident. So the DPW, they're gonna do the bulk, they're gonna do the schedule and the whole process, and we're gonna be able to look at it and see how effective without putting another charge on the taxpayer. Madam Clerk, a roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2 for first reading.
Council President.
I'm sorry. Let the record reflect that Councilman Jackson from the First Ward joined us. Councilman Jackson, before, since you haven't been able to make any comment, we open the floor for you. Go ahead.
Just for a point of clarity, I just voted on the amendment. I had requested the floor quite some time ago.
Didn't notice. I apologize. You got the floor now.
Council President, I just want to point something out to you. Tonight's meeting is an absolute embarrassment. It's a circus. I mean, people talking over each other. In fact, once you grant me the floor, that means I have the floor. It doesn't mean that you, even as the council president, has the ability to talk over, interrupt. You've announced for Madam BA to talk, for the director to speak, and then other council members begin to talk over us and interject their perspectives. The meeting is being terribly ran, and under your purview, because you're the main one that's at fault. Councilwoman Mims is in the middle of a sentence, and you continuously talk over her, not allowing her to get her point across. It's not a very uncommon practice. You can watch. It's available on YouTube. There's congressional meetings. These proceedings are very common, and here we seem not to understand the processes in which the meeting should be ran. It's very embarrassing. We as a municipality, we look totally bad. But more importantly,
go ahead.
Yet again, I don't need your.
What I'm not gonna allow to you is to continue all night, going with this all night. Members of the public, Paterson, we make a great progress tonight. We have an item number 2. We removed the payment, so it's gonna be free the bulk for the resident of Paterson. And now you have Councilman Jackson.
The residents don't need to hear that.
Sign all of us.
The residents don't need to hear you explain that. I have the floor. What part of that don't you understand?
Okay.
What part of that don't you understand? Comprehension is 101. I mean, I have the floor. The residents don't need you.
But you're not gonna have the floor all night. I allow you to have the floor. You're not gonna have the floor all night.
Stop interrupting me, sir. I can get my point across. So, again, it's the criminal activity that takes place as this council. It becomes an accomplice to it. It's a habitual offense for us to find savings, and understanding the BA pointed out that this is not a savings, it's an actual increase, is because we've been very incompetent with the process. So there's a savings that's going to be realized, but yet there's no savings being passed on to the resident. And I applaud the effort to remove the $50. But I also want to be clear. The director made a comment. He said that there's going to be an allowance for everyone to get a piece of the pie. I would like to know clearly what exactly does that mean? And is DPW being compensated differently than what they're currently being compensated for? Because Councilwoman Cotton is making a very stringent point that you are failing to allow to be answered. It's not the council that's here to answer on whether or not DPW has the capacity to complete these tasks. It is the administration that should be answering her question, but you feel the need to continuously answer for her. So I'm trying to understand, what does everyone getting a piece of the pie mean? How much is our DPW employees that's going to be tasked with doing these pickups, how much are they going to be compensated? In the event of someone dumping, now that we removed the $50 fee, obviously it's not as much of a concern, but residents are being dumped on often. So how is that going to be addressed? Is there going to, are the fines and penalties going to be addressed at the residents and where these items were dumped? Or what is the process that's going to take place? And lastly, I cannot help but some of my council colleagues are in a rush to defend the multi-dwelling establishments. I would elect that this council, as we delve into this, because remember, there's a great deal of these large capacity buildings that's just been erected that they're not. They all have pilots, in which I brought forward at the last council meeting. These lengthy pilots that won't expire until 2056, 2060. So they're playing a reduction in taxes, and while we're not focusing on what the more important is, the owner occupied spaces, now that we totally removed the fee, we're taking on additional expenses by paying DPW and by whatever the differential in the new contract is. But these large scale buildings, all these new buildings that's been built, they're not at full taxation. So
Yeah, I'm muted.
yeah,
Well, I continue, Councilman.
games is being played. The games is being played. Anyway, lastly, I'll wrap it up on this. We have to consider these large buildings that's being built that are not. They already have these 30-year pilot arrangements, so they're on reduced taxes while we're taking on these additional expenses. So, if we could start by the director, just giving me some insight on what how are we looking with compensation? Is there going to be some additional compensation? Are we, going to be placing this burden on your department without compensating fairly? There's going to be some administrative work that needs to be done as well. These people, not just the people that are on the trucks, but the administration portion of it that needs to manage and keep track of these locations. Just because we're removing the $50 fee doesn't mean that we should not monitor where these spaces are that's consistently putting out large bulk garbage. Thank you.
And now we have Councilman Abdelaziz, and at the end, Councilman Director Billy, just reiterate again your comment about DPW and the process. You already mentioned that before. Just go over again, and right after you, we're gonna vote on the amendment to eliminate the fee out of this resolution to make sure that our taxpayers doesn't get hit anymore with another increase. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. My question to the director, and I apologize if you answered it. When will essentially the bulk pickups coming in-house? Are you guys prepared for the first week to start your zone collection?
Yes, we are.
And did that schedule go out yet? I know you sent the garbage schedule, but did the bulk pickup schedule go out?
When you schedule your pickup, your zone will be, they'll tell you when your zone and when your pickup, what weekends your able to schedule for. So all that stuff is done. All that stuff is online.
All right, so everyone needs to schedule a pickup instead of just having that day, that zone. So, for example, I'm zone 1. My zone is January 9th. They have to schedule it.
They have to schedule a pickup, yes.
And then that link is in multiple languages?
I believe so, yes.
All right. If we could have it in Spanish, Arabic, and I'm sure, and I would request Bangladesh and Turkish if possible, please. Madam BA, just make sure those languages are for those forms to be utilized. Thank you.
Council President, can I address Councilman Jackson's concerns?
Please, at the end, right after we getting ready for a vote. Go ahead, Director.
Councilman, it'll be on a rotation basis. The pickups will be only on Saturday and Sundays. The drop-offs will be Monday through Sunday. It will be an overtime added to the people who be on a rotating basis, 2 trucks every weekend. So there'll be on Saturdays time and a half, Sundays double time, I believe. If any other compensation is wanted through the union, that'd be something that the union and administration could negotiate. I don't negotiate contracts, but I know that they will be on overtime on Saturday and Sunday.
Thank you, Director. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Council President. Adelaide just brought up a question regarding the full pickup. Billy, the director, says it's going to be Saturday and Sunday or something, whatever they schedule, whoever they call. But let's make believe this Monday, the Monday after New Year's Day, there's Tuesday, there's a garbage collection. We have a section of the city on the map that's going to be garbage collection. Those individuals probably going to put out their old TV that they don't want it, sofa that they don't want it, or whatever. Why not schedule a truck to go through the zone while this kick off the right way? Because what's going to happen is those people who's going to put everything out there, and they're going to start calling the councilman. Councilman, they didn't took our sofa. Councilman, they didn't took our this. And what they have to do, call in, the inspector or the people that they have on the road on garbage collection should go after the route and look what kind of bug they left out there and immediately pick it up before we receive any call. This really kicked in and people start calling.
They got a call, Councilman. Thanks for your opinion. Have to call.
Okay, let's see that too.
Yes, Mr. President. Before I go into the roll call, I just want to announce that items 20 and 22 have been removed from the agenda.
What was the title?
The title for item number 20 was a resolution authorizing cancellation of grant receivable and grant reserve balances. And 22 is resolution authorizing the city of Paterson to accept the state and local cybersecurity grant program award.
Thank you, Madam BA. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, please.
Roll call on item number 2 as amended for first reading. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the residents in the city, so we have this new garbage schedule, and essentially what's the change here now is bulk pickup is going to be in-house. I want to commend Councilwoman Mims for making that amendment to take out the fee. I do believe that Director and Madam BA gather some data, right? The first month, the second month, come back to us and say, hey, we did 1,000 pickups this month. We could generate this revenue. Or we could say, hey, we're not getting many scheduled pickups. Many people are just going to the yard, right? I think starting it off without the fee. So thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for making that amendment and gather that data for us. Hopefully you could report back to us within a month or so, probably 2 months, get 2 pickups through and see what data we could collect with bulk pickup. Director, the 6th ward is zone 3. I would hope if this bulk pickup, I don't want it to be confused on that. I'm a Saturday pickup, that my garbage is going to be Saturday pickup. I don't want that to be intertwined with the bulk pickup. So if you can make zone 3 on Sundays, so it'll be less confusion for the garbage company and for the residents that put stuff out, right? Because I think I'm the only one. Zone 3, which just covers my entire ward, is Saturday. So if you could do that bulk on Sunday for that zone, I would greatly appreciate that, and that would help with the confusion with the garbage company going around that day. And on that note, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cotton?
I know that Councilwoman Mims had alleviated the fees in there, but they still never answered me about the number. Like, where is the number for the ordinance? If you look at every item on our agenda, there's a number, resolution number or ordinance number. Why we do not have one for item number 2?
May I answer? Item number 2 is a first reading ordinance. It doesn't normally come with a number until second reading. It's a first reading ordinance. First reading ordinances are not assigned numbers.
It's 5 numbers?
They are not assigned numbers on first reading, not until second reading.
Okay, that's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
They're not assigned. So now we're gonna, my thing is that until, we need to get our inspectors in line. I think that some of the main issues that we have here are because of not being able to have inspectors that go out. Garbage was not picked up on Christmas Day, so that meant the garbage did not get picked up until today, which is their garbage day on Monday and Thursday. So, which now Roselli had 2 days of garbage to pick up. So you're saying that Madam Clerk and Corporation Council, it doesn't need a number, it'll have one. It's going to go back and forth. Maybe Corporation Council said he couldn't find anything. So I'm going to go with a yes for this first reading to see how they're going to come back for second reading. I don't think that it could be. I just see a lot of work. I see a lot of burden that's going to be put on our DPW department that right now is very even difficult for them to handle some of the stuff because there's just so much stuff that's going on. Go to Straight Street between me and Councilman Velez Ward and see what that garbage looks like over there. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes for this first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila?
So, I guess I'm going to make a statement because we are voting right now, but it is going to be directed to Director Rodriguez. I know that everyone's been talking about the DPW workers, compensation, and I would hope that there was a meeting with all of the employees to discuss this new change. And I think the only thing that I would want to know, I'm going to vote, but I would want to know if there was any resistance from the DPW workers. If you heard of anything, anyone trying to file for a grievance. So that's what I want to know because, and I see you shaking your head that no, because at the end of the day, with workers, I'm sure, especially that they don't get paid that much, I think that they would want to have that additional income, So with that said, I'm not going to stand in between that, knowing that we in the city as well are stressed. I mean, my God, the taxpayers, we can't continue to go and continue. So again, to Councilwoman Mims, thank you for that, making those suggestions and amendments because, it is something that, yes, right now we should not be saying. Because, I even asked, and I think we spoke about it prior, that where are the messages from the mayor, the constant robocalls to let the community know? I haven't seen that. Did I see it on the City of Paterson page? Yes, but that's not enough because not everyone is online. But with that said, I'm going to vote yes on this first reading.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, first I would be inclined to laugh, but it's not a laughing matter. It's actually a sad situation. When we talk about data, We spent over $100,000 a year to hire data analysts. I challenge anyone here to show me any supportive data that we have received in the past for anything outside. Especially, we put a great deal of scrutiny on DPW all the time. We've done it when the previous councilman, Flavio Rivera, was here. Listen, from my perspective, I have all the confidence in these members and the brothers and sisters, the workers, especially the directors and the team at DPW. The issue is they're just not fairly being compensated. And whenever there's people who are being overworked and unfairly compensated, you're going to have discourse. You pay people well, and they will they'll perform their task. You know, we're overpaying for these services, which I've said for many, many years. We've had no choice now but to take action because of the the disrespect actually from this company to bring back a $50 million proposal. But my major concern is the inability to be fair and equitable by this administration. When we talk about fees, the potential of fees being assessed, I'm glad that the council was responsible tonight. It was disappointing to see how many council members was asking for it to be removed. I don't think council members realize that we are the legislative body. We make these kinds of decisions. So hats off to you, Councilwoman Mims, for taking the lead, taking charge. While other council members were asking, can we, maybe we should do like this. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the track record, the fees, whenever there's fees, it's always unfairly distributed. There's over $2 million in sewer fees. We gave a sewer utility, the authority for a sewer utility to this administration, and they dropped the ball heavily on that. Certain individuals are treated differently. We saw that example with the art factory. We saw the director of DPW be responsible and write $10,000 worth of tickets to the gentleman on right across the street from City Hall that was illegally blocking the sidewalk and dumping out there. And guess what? The administration came in and made an executive decision in the court process to dismiss those fees. So from my perspective, it's always unfairly done. The residents are the ones that's targeted. They're assessed and hammered with the fees. So I'm glad that we took the liberty to remove those fees. But more importantly, my focus now shifts over to the men and women in DPW, making sure that they're being fairly compensated, fairly treated, and not being overburdened. And as we fail to give them our support and our trust and encouragement, I think that what we need to do is find better ways to compensate them fairly and to be more appreciative of the job that they wind up taking on, because they're actually saving us right now. They're saving the city, and that's something that I'm disappointed that we're failing to acknowledge, because this company that came in rogue with a $50 million, we would have never been able to afford that. Now we're still seeing an increase, but yet we have to put a burden, which we could have done this years ago, and saved some money and actually compensated our men fairly. So with that being said, that's just a measure of education for those who care to learn. But Director, you have my support, and I hope to have further conversation with you about making sure that this is rolled out properly. In the first ward, I got a lot of calls. Even when I did see the truck today on North 4th Street, people from North 7th, North 8th, North 10th was calling me, and I still don't know if their garbage was completely picked up. So there is a measure of accountability, and I'm hoping that we're going to hold this new company accountable. But with that being said, you got my support. You have my vote. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I want to thank the DPW director and the administration for hard work to bring this new company in. At the beginning, I heard they're going to have 16 trucks going to the city every day, where Roselli used to use only 11 to 12 trucks a day, which is a big difference, 4 extra trucks. So hopefully we keep them accountable. If 16 trucks, I think they will be fine. Also about the bulk pickup, we had many discussions in the workshop, even committee meetings, and our director said he has the manpower to cover the city. Now we going back, keep talking about it. Do we have the manpower or not? If the director said he has the manpower to cover the work, I think we should believe him. We give him all the accolade, we give him the all thumbs up, then we should believe in him too. If he said he has the manpower, he does have the manpower. We should believe in, and I think we should be fine going forward. And great, thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for bringing these eliminating these fees and bringing these amendments. Also, I believe we should try for a couple of months and see how it goes. Then we probably could bring this ordinance back with the fee and see where it goes. Once again, thank you. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So I just wanted to come on to say that our residents, with anything new, and it's not just Paterson, but just in general, when something new is introduced, there always has to be a trial or method or process in place. We had various discussions, as has been previously stated, in relation to workshop. How is it going to roll out? Is there a plan? What are our expectations for the new company? There were some acts from this council to make sure there was a job fair, make sure there are robocalls, make sure there's a marketing blitz and all that. And it was a very short time window, and I think we should continue it. It should not stop, even though January 2nd is around the corner. We should continually do it until all of our residents are fully aware of what this process looks like. I'm really happy, and I want to thank all my council colleagues for voting yes to remove these fees. I know you all get the same calls. We all get the same calls. People were complaining, and we had a resident that came to the council meeting who had some disability challenges, who complained how would she and her disability get her stuff out to the curb. And so when you hear people talk about and come, we have to make sure that is our priority, the residents, as well as trying to bring some resolution to some of the concerns and the issues in our community. Before I vote to our director, Billy, there's a lot of garbage that was not picked up, and their dates were on today, 15th Ave. It's all over the place. My phone is on fire right now. It's been on fire all day, and I'm sure other people, council people, have gotten calls as well that garbage was not picked up. There is garbage all over the city. It has been left. Not sure what's going on. So can we just have that conversation with Roselli? I know they only have a couple of days left. Or if our crew can get out there and try to do as much as we can, and to the administration, if there's some overtime that can be allotted to our crew to be able to get this garbage up before it causes any other catastrophes, that would be greatly appreciated. With that being stated, this starts January 2nd. I'm praying that it works. I have some concerns, but we have to give it a chance. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I just want to thank Councilwoman Mims for bringing this up, and remaining 7 councilmen that agreed to be working together to move the city forward. Those individuals that goes to committee and sit down and listen to the plans that the city is bringing forward, to understand the data analysis that every director bring into the table, and expertise in committee to explain us what's going to come in new, how we're going to move forward, and what is going to be the benefit of the city. We're going to do data analysis for everything we do, and we're not going to believe the leadership that the administration have through the director and other directors that we have in the department. Then we're going to be stuck. This is going to be, trust me, as Adelacy says, it's going to give us time to get more data already given. Okay, I know that other councilmen that comes to committees and attend this meeting receive all the full detailed information regarding any items that we put on the floor or go to vote on it. So, residents of Paterson, just stay tuned. We just want a clean city. And the other thing is compensating our employee. We're not leaving the employees without compensation. Every employee that are going to do extra work in the city, the administration say, the director stated that they're going to be paying overtime to those employees. So they're getting compensated for their job. Now, looking forward, that if they bargain through the union a higher salary plus extra work with more compensation overtime. So that will be something for moving down the road with employees in the city. So saying that, Madam BA, Director Billy, I trust and confidence that your department is always doing a great job stepping up when other private company, lets us down. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Mr. President,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So definitely, Council Colley, Councilman Mims, thank you. Also, Councilman Davila, Councilman Velez, Councilman Abdulaziz. Thank you, Councilman Ruby Cotton. Thank you. And also the director for this dialogue. This meeting is not a disorganized meeting. This is how we get it done, by working together, putting ideas together, working in collaboration. There was an item that needs to be amended. We amended. And guess what? The city of the resident of the city of Paterson, they are the ones that are getting the benefit, our taxpayer. That's what we did. Now we're gonna be able to move forward. There's not gonna be no charge with the bulk, so we're moving forward on the second. But we have a lot of work to do, Director. A lot of work on the second. We need to know the inspectors that are gonna be on top of the new company, making sure that they do the job that they're supposed to do, making sure that they cover all those routes, the 3 zones that they are. We need to know who those inspectors are. We need to hold the new company accountable. Paterson is filthy now, and we have a lot of work to do. And as some of my council colleagues mentioned before, in the 3rd Ward, 14th Avenue, 18th Avenue, East 83rd, I'm getting called left and right because there's a lot of garbage there. So we do have a lot of work to do. But working together, I know that we could definitely accomplish the goal, and it's to serve the resident of the city of Paterson, like the way we do it now. Amending this ordinance to make sure that our taxpayer doesn't get another extra charge, on their another bill. So with that being said, Director, have those information ready for the workshop, the amount of inspector for the new company, and the plan to follow up. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 2 is hereby approved as amended for public hearing, and the second reading will be on January 16th, 2024.
Thank you, Council Colley. We only have one, so now we have a wrestle, which is number 3, Madam Clerk. Councilman Mims, you raise your hand, but you still mute.
Just really quickly,
Please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just really quickly, while we have the director, we just received a text message in regards to 9th Ave. There was no street cleaning, they said, in the past week. So could we just check into that, Director, for the street cleaning?
No, sorry, Councilwoman. There was no street cleaning this week. The mayor made an announcement last week about that. There was no street cleaning, no enforcement this week for the holidays.
Okay, thank you. I wanted it on record because one of the residents texted in a group chat to all of us, so I wanted it.
Can you clear that? Because enforcement is one thing and street cleaning is another thing. The weather permitted to do street cleaning?
Street cleaning is permitted.
Council President, 2 different things. One thing, the mayor order and no enforcement in street cleaning, and one thing coming out to street cleaning, the weather permitted to do street cleaning. Total different thing.
Director, can you answer that question before we move on?
If the person, I don't know what personnel's in, I'm off also. If we have the sweeper operators in, then we'll hit the routes with no enforcement. But that's weather permitting. If it was raining and pouring, the brooms probably didn't go out.
Okay, so make sure, Madam BA, get that information. Let's follow up with that with the street cleaning. We got to be on top of that. Item number 3, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 3.
Madam Clerk, Council President, if I may, please.
Councilwoman Cotton.
If that's going to happen, that they're not going to do street cleaning, it should be a message sent to the council members. So when we get calls, we get calls all day. We didn't know that there was no street cleaning because of whatever. Like, at least send us a message of what's happening, so when we get a call, I could tell them what's going on. Every week, my phone is loaded with street cleaning, not showing up, or recycling not pick up. I'm just saying, I did not know this until Director Rodriguez said it tonight, that there was no street cleaning. Just like send us a message. Just send us a message as council members that this is what's going to happen this week coming up. That's what we need. Thank you, Council.
Thank you,
Council President.
Councilwoman, and I agree, and I agree with you 1,000%. But there was two different things, you know, the enforcement piece or the street cleaning. If the weather permitted, the street cleaning they have to go out. There's no reason why they should not going out if the weather's permitted. Now the enforcement piece, it's another thing that if the administration decide not to enforce the ticket for street cleaning, that's one thing. But we all, as council members, we all should be informed, fully informed, and even though director, at the end of the day, if the route doesn't go out, if you have 2 or 3 routes that doesn't go out, as a council member, we should have an email. X amount of route didn't went out because of the lack of driver for whatever reason. But we are the one that getting the call. Please, communication is key. Councilwoman Davila.
All right, Council President, with item number 3, I just wanted to ask, since it is a reappointment of our acting clerk, do we have an assistant today that maybe it could be done, or Corporation Counsel? I'm sorry.
Councilwoman, thank
Something
you.
just happened here.
That question is directed to Corporation Counsel as well. It's
really to our clerk, actually. It's really to our clerk. It's not a legal matter what I'm asking. It's more because we're reappointing, you know, we're in the process of reappointing her. So,
Council President, may I?
Now, give us a second, council member, Councilwoman Davila. As a legal question,
Corporation Counsel.
I will open the floor because the Councilwoman is a legal question. It's a question for Corporation Counsel. Mr. Abush, on item number 3, we're reappointing our Madam Clerk. And you heard the question for Councilwoman Davila. What is your answer to that?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, for that inquiry. So as an initial matter, unfortunately, this item is not ready to proceed. We've been in communication with DCA. And DCA has requested that a form be filled out. Once we can have that form filled out, we'll resubmit it to DCA and hopefully be ready to proceed at the next meeting when the council can take formal action. With that being said, I'm not aware of anything that would prevent Madam Clerk from presenting this item at the next meeting in any event.
So Council President.
Okay, so one second, because I still have the floor. So what I just heard is that this item, because it's my understanding, right, that the resolution was for a year and based on certain qualifications. So what I'm hearing right now is that Corporation Counsel is stating that we should not be voting on this item today?
Council President, may I?
Go ahead, Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you. So what I'm saying is that the appointment is not ready for the reappointment is not ready for the council's consideration at this point, as some paperwork needs to be completed. That paperwork is, my understanding, in the process of being completed and will be submitted to DCA, who will then hopefully provide.
Why is it on the resolution? Why is it on the agenda?
Thank you.
I think it was just carried over, but I do anticipate it will be ready for the council's consideration at the next meeting for action.
Council Cali, if I may, we both hear Corporation Counsel, and as Council President, they request the letter from Council President for the endorsement of the clerk to be reappointed. I send a letter, we fill up the letter, but DCA have to do, there's a process that DCA is involved. They have to finish the process, and after they finish the process, then we will be ready to vote on this. And as we hear, so I know I have 2 council members, but if you could be brief, please, that way we could move on with the meeting. You're already here legal. We're waiting for DCA to finish the process, and after that, we'll be ready to reappointing our Madam Clerk. Okay, so I have Councilman Velez and Councilman Mims, and right after that, we could move on with the next item, please.
So, Council President, thank you, Councilwoman Davila, for bringing this forward. But I think it's not fair, knowing all the process needed, and DCA knows about this, now put it on the floor in the public view. We don't want people thinking that the council is against anything here, because we are tired. I am tired that everything we're going to do something. DCA told us that we have to do this, do that. Then we over here sitting, answering questions, and people over there making polls that we against this, against that. It's not fair for Madam Clerk. She should be aware of everything that's going on, especially with her reappointment. I don't feel comfortable that if this was, okay, it was dragged on from the last meeting, but she's the clerk, she know what's there, but all that issues regarding DCA needed to submit a paper or an application or whatever information should be better to her. I think she would be smart enough to say, okay, let's not put this in the public view because we still need this and need that. So I think, I don't know, you colleagues going to agree, because based on the past, okay, that people make judgment against us, because then they say we don't want this, we don't want that, we're doing our backdoor deals. We're not doing no backdoor deals. If DCA is the one saying it, they should be more clear when they come up to Tuesday's meeting and not put it on the spot this way.
Thank you, Councilman. Listen, I hear you loud and clear. Well, we agree. I mean, it's about flavor. This should not be on the agenda. Madam Clerk should be fully aware about everything that has been going on. I did my due diligence, even being out of the country. Everything is in the table. Now is the CA part. They have to complete their part, and we all feeling the same way. But let's Councilman Mims right after we just definitely continue. And I have Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilman Mims.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So I have a concern. This item was on the agenda previously, and it was stated that they were removing it because we needed DCA approval. I asked that night, when was the meeting? They said it was in a couple of days. So now I'm troubled tonight, because in that meeting, I was told within a couple of days, DCA, they were having a meeting and it will be fine to move forward. Now the item is here and we're saying we still are in the middle of DCA. I don't agree with it. I think we need to vote on it tonight and deal with DCA afterwards. It was on the agenda. I questioned it, and because they were like, we're removing it. So we asked on the floor, why are we removing it? And then I asked the question, when is DCA's meeting? It was maybe 2 days later. So I'm confused as to why 2 days after it wasn't done then. Now it's back on the agenda. Who placed it here? I need to know that. Who put it on the agenda? And was it not presented in DCA's last meeting? That's not to the fault of the clerk or to the legislative process. We should move it forward and then let DCA, which they should be meeting soon, they could approve it. The date could be from that particular date, but this legislative body, we can move it forward. That is the authoritative power we have. It's not saying in this item we're increasing a fee, we're not giving her more money. It's just saying that she's being extended, which has been a courtesy extended in the past. Previously, this is nothing new that's been done. We can do it as a legislative body and then it be presented to DCA. It doesn't mean, oh, let's stop it, because there's no extra money involved through DCA statutes. There's no statutory piece of language that says you can't move this extension forward because DCA is not on board. There's no language. We are the legislative body to make that decision here, do the Faulkner Act Plan B to say you want to extend an extension or a courtesy, and then you can give it to DCA after that. But it does not have to wait for DCA and then it comes back to us. It doesn't have to do that. That's not the process.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President. So here's some of the things that I have a concern with. We don't dot our I's or cross our T's, right? And then we put people's name that are hardworking individuals that are doing the job day in and day out, just like our clerk. We put it on a public agenda, and then we're here ready to vote on the item, and now we're saying there's roadblocks. Madam Clerk has done a fantastic job. I can only speak on behalf of myself, right? I'm sure my council colleagues will reiterate this. And now we need to move forward, right? If we got this up front, I want to vote it up or down, Council President. I recommend that it goes up for a vote. This is a council appointment. The clerk reports to the council. right? DCA is not going to dictate how we start appointing our employees, right? This council has our aides and the clerk. That comes from us, and I am not going to allow that to put our us to remove something because she's worked hard. Whatever issues are happening, I'm wholeheartedly I'm supporting this, and whatever needs to get done, I'm extending that time. I'm voting on that, and as a council person, she works for the council. So I think we move forward, Council President. It's gone through all this, and at the 11th hour, we want to pull it. Absolutely not. If DCA wants to come in and do what they have to do, that's on them. I think the council should stand united, should say we support reappointing. It's clearly, it says acting, right? It's there. Madam Clerk has earned it. I don't want to go through this debacle like we've had before. Let's stand firm behind our clerk, her employees. She's running the show there. And let's go up for a vote. It's been on the agenda for weeks now. And I think we should stand united behind our clerk. Thank you,
Councilman De La Cis, thank you for your statement. It definitely, when they said that when we remove it from the agenda in the past, I asked DCA, what is the reason why we're removing? And the response from DCA was, it's just a process that needs to take place before the appointment. There's nothing bad against the clerk, against her job. And I say, okay, I understand. Get it done because we need, even though on the 12th, we already have the committee that is going to elect the deputy clerk, January the 12th. Some council member, the committee, you got the email, you get the call. We have to appoint our deputy clerk. So now we cannot be dealing with this with the clerk. I'm in full support of moving on with this item, voting on, and I'm very sure that any problem will be resolved with DCA because what DCA told me, it was a paperwork process that need to take place. They request my letter as a president for the support of the clerk. I send it, so I don't see any reason why. Right after Councilwoman Davila, so we'll be ready to take action. Councilwoman Davila, then Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Councilman Cotton, you're next. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. As you saw, my request was to have whoever the deputy was read the item so we could move forward. But I do want to put something on record, all right? Because I like to be fair. So I remember this item, I asked, why is it being removed? And I remember being in the room with legal, and there were certain things that a Madam Clerk in the appointment, there are certain things that she has to do. Okay, and she knows that. And I think part of that was that because of her certification, DCA now is saying, no, you now need support again from the council, like a letter from the council. And that's the letter that Council President is saying that was done on behalf of the council to give it to DCA to say that we are okay, that although she still has not obtained the certification, that the council is still willing to give her another year's appointment. So that's what I wanted to be clear about, because I think that people know I'm in a meeting. Come on. So I just wanted to clarify that. So it's not that DCA, I was in the room, and like I said, I don't like to be unfair and make it seem like DCA is telling us what to do. It's just the process, in terms that the council has to say yes because of the not having that certification that she needs. So we gave her a year, right? And so she had to come back, take the test. And I don't know where we are, but I don't want to discuss that here right now. I think I'm with the council, with Council President and everyone else, and Councilman Abdelaziz, with everyone, to say that we should take action. If the letter was done when it was asked by the Council President on behalf of us, then we should take action on it. I don't see why not.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. And I mentioned before, the letter was done. I sent that letter in support of Madam Clerk on behalf of our council. So, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say that she was on the agenda for December 12th. It is now 2 weeks and 2 days. And DCA comes in here every Tuesday. Every Tuesday, they're in City Hall. There's no reason why the following Tuesday they couldn't sign off, or even the following Tuesday after that. I'm not sure what's happening, but I want to say to you, Madam Clerk Jackie Murray, it is appalling of what we have taken you through for you to be our clerk, because it's not fair. You know, you would never rice. We're going to never talk about you. And, you know, in order to talk about someone, you need to rice notice them. You need to do certain things. You really do. Now, 2.5 weeks for DCA to sign off? No, 2.5 weeks, Council President, for you to send a letter that say we're going to put Madam Clerk Jackie Murray back on the agenda. 2.5 weeks, Council President. Corporation Council, what is the holdup? Why are they refusing to sign off? You sent the letter, right, Council President? You signed off on it. 2.5 weeks, and they're here every Tuesday to talk about different things. So, Madam Clerk Jacqueline Murray, I just want to apologize to you of what we have done and taken you through in this meeting here, because last meeting it was nothing mentioned. It was nothing mentioned. Everything was done and nobody said one word, thinking that it was going to be fine 2.5 weeks later, and come to find out that it's still not fine. And to me, that's unfair to you, Jacqueline. And I just want to apologize to you, Jackie, for you to sit here and do this.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Cotton, council members.
Council President.
Councilman Mims is next, and you go next, Councilman Jackson, after. But please, council members, I hear you.
I will be very brief, Council President.
Yes, Councilman Mims, because we'll agree to take action.
I'm doing
Go
a
ahead.
call to question so we can vote on this item that is at hand. I'm just calling to question.
Council President, if I may, once Councilman Jackson is done, I know he's been patiently waiting, but I do need to weigh in from the legal perspective.
I don't mind waiting.
No, you're next, Councilman Jackson. You're next. You got the floor. You're next.
Corporation Counsel is going to lend some legal insight. I would like to hear it before I speak.
Go ahead, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, and thank you, Council President. So, pursuant to state statute, any reappointment of a clerk requires the approval of the Director of Local Government Services. That involves a multi-step process. The first process was a letter from Council President on behalf of the council requesting the reappointment. That was done expeditiously. The law department assisted with drafting the letter. We received that letter from Council President, and we immediately submitted it to DCA. In response, DCA sent a form that they required the clerk to fill out and submit to DCA. We provided that form to Madam Clerk. My understanding is she has that form. She's reviewing it. We'll put in the relevant information, and then we can submit that form to DCA. My understanding is once that form is submitted, completed and submitted, we will then have the clearance from DCA to move forward with the appointment. Without DCA clearance, the council cannot proceed to reappoint the clerk.
Mr. President, may I say something?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, I just want to reiterate and to make it clear that whatever document was allegedly sent to me was never received. I just received it from the Corporation Council through email. I'm looking at it right now.
Today.
Just about 5 minutes ago.
Today.
Just council member, just a minute, council member. So, Madam Clerk, the form that you need to, council members, the form that you need to fill up and send it back to DCA.
Council President, I need to go into executive session to discuss this item.
Yes.
I second the motion.
I don't think we should have it. I think we should go executive session.
Because
this item.
Councilman Delacis, I agree with you. This item cannot be discussed on a regular meeting, on a public, on an open.
I second the motion.
There's a motion and a second to go to executive session. Let's vote on it so we can discuss this matter.
Yes, there was a motion to go into executive session by Councilman Delacis, second by Councilman Davila. Roll call to get into executive session on this item, Madam Clerk.
Roll call to go into executive session on item number 3. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes. Personnel matter.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, we cannot keep bringing, talking about you in public portion. We gotta go. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm in total disagreement. Obviously, if you're speaking about an employee who's not privileged of the conversation is one thing, but what we're showing here is, I think the public needs to understand the level of distrust that is gained, for the claim of alleged document being forwarded to someone in advance. I mean, as every council person here has pointed out, this item was on the agenda more than 2 weeks ago. For it to be sent tonight, and the expectation is for the council to fall back on it. Furthermore, just a couple other items before we do remove this item from the public's view. The council's job is to advocate for its people. DCA is here to monitor our fiscal activity, our fiscal responsibility. We have our person, we know who it is. Financially, nothing changes. The salary is not going to be changed. He's not one of the chosen ones. So we've seen the range be exploited. We need to support our people, and that is something that we need to stand firm on. I'm disappointed that these items are, as it's coming to light, we hide our hand from the public. The real activity, what's happening. Lastly, I'll say this. There is not one department head in this entire city. The corporation counsel wasn't asked to work with who he was given. He was able to delve through those employees and decide who has to stay and who has to go. Mayor wasn't forced to by the council or by the public to choose his BA, regardless of however anyone feels about that. No other place is a person asked. If we have a clerk that's being pressed and that's being responsible for the workload that needs to take place, that clerk should be the person who is choosing her deputy. She should be able to choose her right-hand person. She should not have to adhere to a committee to go out and make selections and then force her to be accountable in moments where she's not being given the privilege to select and choose those who have to have her back and those who have to be working just as hard and diligently as she is. I'm going to make sure I put that on record. And with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Well, thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
So I have a question. With the motion that we're voting, does one no allow it? It doesn't move it. That means it's done, correct? Or no? You just need a majority vote?
Yeah, just going into executive session.
Okay, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez?
Councilman Velez, for some reason, he was out of the meeting, but he's back in the meeting. Can we check if Councilman Velez is back into the meeting, into the Zoom meeting?
No, he's not showing up on the register here.
Ryan, if you could assist Councilman Velez to get back into the meeting, he just reached out to me that he's out. But before I vote, yes, I definitely. Before my vote, Paterson, to all the residents of the city of Paterson, we're getting into a executive section to take a personal matter that cannot be discussed in public. Is the reappointment of our clerk, Madam BA. I understand that. So right after this vote, we will stop the meeting and we're gonna come back as soon as we get out of the executive section. We're coming back into the regular meeting. So we apologize, but we have to take care of this matter and hopefully come back and vote on item number 3, which is the reappointment of our clerk, Jacqueline Moore. So with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 3 is hereby moved to executive session as requested.
Yes, Madam Clerk, so
Council
everybody
President,
President,
see,
give us
ask
2 minutes to
Ryan.
go off. We have to go
Council,
offline.
Council member, just a minute. Ryan, we all stay on the same platform, so the meeting is not gonna be televised now, so we just stay here until, you take us off the YouTube channel and the channel 77. And let us know, Ryan.
Cut it off for you.
Yeah, it's just standby. Just stand. We're gonna do it.
Okay,
Okay,
stand
let
by.
us know.
Council President,
Yes, I'm here.
Madam Clerk, are we off?
Ryan,
We're waiting on
He
Ryan.
said that he was putting it on standby.
Council
are we off? 1 minute, Councilwoman, just another minute, please.
We stay on the same platform, council member. Ryan, he just remove it.
President. Council
I know
President.
Council-
I'm just gonna
Councilman
ask for the floor first, okay?
We're good to go, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Paterson, for being there waiting for us. We went into executive section to talk about item number 3. So we will move on. Item number 3 will be out of the agenda until the next meeting. So we have some documents that need to be submitted for us to get ready for the reappointment of our great Madam Clerk. So Madam Clerk, let's move to item number 4 on the agenda.
Mr. President, item number 4 is a resolution honoring Mr. Mario A. Recinos for his many years of service and contribution to the community, sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's a City Council Resolution 23:753.
Let
Second.
the, move,
Second.
let the record reflect that I will put Councilman Mendez and Councilwoman Marisa Davila as sponsor and the remaining councilman as co-sponsor.
Yes, so Councilwoman, it was moved by Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Councilman Mims, and the remaining council is gonna be as co-sponsor. Roll call, Madam
Council
Clerk.
President,
Can you,
Council President,
Councilman Jackson?
just for a point of clarity, I mean, I think before we make such actions, there should be a rather consensus made before other
Yes.
council members are included on certain actions. There's
I-
other actions that I've seen where the entire council has been requested or reflected as being sponsored or in support. Not to say that I'm not, but that's not the way this thing works. We don't just decide
Councilman Jackson, I
arbitrarily.
do apologize. If you don't be part of the co-sponsor, we totally understand that. We'll move you out if you're not.
Not
if you don't
interested in being a co-sponsor, no.
want- Okay, so Madam Clerk, Councilman Jackson will not be a co-sponsor of that resolution. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 4.
roll call on item number 4 as amended. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Under Sheriff Recinos and I go way back to 2010, and he's a great man that is a hardworking public servant for our county, especially our city of Paterson. He goes day in and day out for the residents of the city of Paterson when in regards to the sheriff's department. Him and his family are lifelong Passaic County residents, and I know deep down in his heart, he always has the best interest of the city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the undersheriff of the sheriff department, every time I called and needed some help with doing anything in any of my parks and extra work that needs to get done, I can call the sheriff department. I can talk to all 3 of the undersheriff. And Undersheriff Mario has always been one too who has answered my call. Madam Clerk, I want to say my vote is yes.
thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila,
So, like Councilman Abdelaziz, I've known Warden, because he's not the undersheriff anymore, the warden of our Passaic County Jail, Mario Recinos, for many, many years. I mean, we go way back to the Spezial days. And so, thank you, Councilman Velez, I'm not sure why we're honoring him. Is he retiring? I don't know, but I think he does deserve to be recognized for all of the years of work that he's done throughout our county. So with that said, and in addition with our county, I mean, just our local things that we do in the city, you know, our toy drives and our turkey drives and coat drives and giveaways and, you know, through the sheriff's sponsorship, you know, he's always been there in our community. So, you know, with that said, you know, congratulations, Warden Racinos. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson? Councilman Kalik?
He's not on.
Okay,
Councilman Kalik is not on either?
if it's not in, I mean, he sent me a text that he have to attend to a wedding, and he will stay on the meeting as long as he can. But it looked
Okay.
like, you know, he stepped out, so let the record reflect that.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, so you're correct, Councilwoman Dowell. He is the warden. He is no longer the under sheriff. But this is a great honor, Councilman Velez, for our warden, Mario Racinas. He's a really great guy. Anytime you need him for anything, I have to say he is on it. I have to give very large commendations to the sheriff's department. They are absolutely phenomenal. And you know how sometimes people are in roles or positions and they delegate the work. But Warden Racinos is always out there getting his hands dirty, making it happen for the community. You need something, he's carrying the stuff and bringing it in. He's absolutely phenomenal. So I think this is a great honor. Councilman Velez, you know, there's so many people to honor, but I think he is definitely one of the unsung heroes in our county of Passaic. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila, for highlighting everything that you know about Mr. Mario Racino. Also, Councilwoman Mims, I took that note from you way back. Give the flower when they could smell them. They don't need to retire, right? But I just want to say this: the department of the sheriff department of Passaic County, under the leadership of Richard Bernick, has tremendous leadership. All of them, undersheriffs, warden, chief, you could name it. Even a regular patrolman out there, sheriff department that patrols our county is tremendous. You know, if I had to sponsor 100 times this resolution or to any law enforcement out there, I will do that because they always protect us and always being there for us. Mario Racino and I go way back since 1999, okay, in the city of Paterson, way back. And I have seen his leadership. He's a humble man. He don't like to say no to when it comes up to serve the community. Everybody could agree with me on this. Sponsoring and adding other people into the sponsorship. I could feel the heart. Not anytime I had to ask them. I know where their heart. I know that they are here to praise those that always are being with us in the community, and I'm happy. Thank you to the colleagues that understand the diligent work that any law enforcement out there do, and that's why we always got to support them. So, saying that, congratulations, Martino, and he's the first Guatemaltecan from Guatemala being in that type of rank in the Passaic County. I never saw it. I don't know if in the United States, but he represents us quite good. So congratulations, Mr. Warden, Mario Racino, and we all love you. Keep us saving our life and protecting us in the Passaic County. Saying that, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our former undersheriff and now our warden, Mario Racino, has been a great friend of the community for many years. He's been working. Every time you call him for a public safety matter, he's always there. He's always available. He's always ready to serve the city of Paterson, even though they have to serve the entire 16 municipality. He always take care of Paterson. And our sheriff, Richard Burnick, what can we say about our sheriff, Richard Burnick, and his leadership? He's an amazing sheriff. He's a friend of the city of Paterson, and he always been there with us. So with that being said, for me, it's a great honor to be a sponsor for that resolution alongside with Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, and make sure that we acknowledge his hard work and his dedication for the great city of Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yes.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
sorry, didn't have an opportunity to vote.
Oh, hi, Councilman Jackson. I didn't know you were back online. Your vote before I announce the vote, sir. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll be very brief. It's always a pleasure to support somebody that puts in so much work in the community, and my vote is yes.
Oh, thank you, Councilman Jackson. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 4 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we do item 17?
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 17 is a resolution calling for Congressman Pascrell to support Congressional Resolution 786, calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. It's sponsored by Councilman Ala Al-Abdelaziz, co-sponsored by all remaining council members. It's a City Council Resolution 23:766.
Move.
So moved.
Moved by Council President Mendez, Councilman Abdelaziz, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call on item 17. Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Abdelaziz, how are you? We had a big discussion at our last meeting regarding calling Congressman Pascrell to join a bill, Ceasefire in the Congress. I don't know if you recall that I mentioned that we should call everyone that represent the state of New Jersey, senators and the other congressmen that represent the state of New Jersey, especially. I believe we have 2 in our district, right? In our area, New Jersey. I know some of them. I mentioned a couple of them by district. I think if we could amend this title to have the Congress that represent the 9th district and the state of New Jersey to support the bill, it will be beneficial instead of appointing one person in this resolution.
Thank you.
Council President,
Thank you,
may I respond to that?
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, I remember you reiterating that. This is specific to a congressional resolution. What I plan on doing is having the clerk's office share this resolution with the every municipality in New Jersey and ask their bodies to pass this gearing to their representative, right? This is geared for the representative that represents the city of Paterson, which is our Congressman Bill Pascrell. There is no Senate bill that's calling for the same one. If there was, we would do the same one for Senator Menendez and Senator Booker. This is specifically to the person that represents our city, that represents the same residents that we represent, and as their voices, we are taking it to the next level, as we've done with numerous state bills, federal bills. We get those emails from other municipalities saying, "Hey, pass this." So I look forward to doing that with you, Councilman. If you want to put a joint letter, I do want to send this out to every town, asking their bodies to pass the same resolution to their representatives. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification.
Councilman Abdelaziz. Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Cotton, before we vote on.
Yeah, I just want to ask Councilman Councilman Al-Abdelaziz. Have you sent anything out to the other 34 cities that he represents?
So I have been in dialogue with some of my colleagues in other municipalities. I could state that the Borough of Prospect Park passed this resolution. They followed our suit from our last council meeting. People have heard us. and they passed this resolution in the borough of Prospect Park. And now we will be, like I said, I will be contacting. I wanted to make sure that the support of this body, and I want to thank all my council colleagues, because I went to each and every one of you, and each one of you said be put on as a co-sponsor. And I will be reaching out through the clerks to each municipality in the district and other districts.
And the 9th district.
Yes.
And he represent. And then I'm not sure what our total number is in Congress and from the state of New Jersey. Do you have any idea, Councilman Al?
I can tell you in the 9th district, the city of Paterson approximately represents 25% of the entire 9th district.
Okay.
We are the largest municipality in this district. So to the resident city of Paterson, Congressman Bill Pascrell, 1 out of 4 people, approximately 1 out of 4 of his constituents are Patersonians.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 17.
Roll call on item number 17 for approval, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Council President, with your respect, I'm going to pass on this, and hopefully I can vote right before you pass to thank my colleagues.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Now, how you gonna pass and you sponsored it? And how you gonna come back later and like, what are you doing?
I'm gonna highlight great things about you,
Albert. How you gonna do that? Like, I just want to say, I read the resolutions, and to me, this is about not picking sides. This is about a ceasefire. Today, and I mean, I read a lot of disturbing news today of what's happening, and we need to bring peace. We need to ceasefire. We need to stop innocent children, women, people in general are getting killed. This is not telling someone to take sides or what side to be with, but to ceasefire. But there's so many people that are getting killed here. With that being said, Madam Clerk, we're asking for a ceasefire with this resolution, with this item. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So based on my views as a member of the world, and based on the number of deaths, which I read today in the AP News, that it has surpassed 20,000 deaths thus far. Children and families in Palestine, I find myself in a position, to stand strongly with my colleague, Councilman Abdulaziz, and the Palestinian American community of Paterson. We as elected officials and legislators cannot stand quietly by and watch this tragedy unfold. Dr. King said that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. This matters. I will not stand idly by an observer and support the initiative to an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and unconditional release of all hostages. Sometimes we don't act upon what is politically correct, but what is right with God and humanity. My vote is in favor of humanity. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. See that there. Councilwoman Mims.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So if anyone has watched the news at any given moment, whether it's in the morning, in the afternoon, or late at night, you will see the just unprecedented number of men, women, and children who have lost their lives innocently to war. It is unfortunate, it's very sad, and when it hits home and we know people that are related or connected to these people that are losing their lives, it touches you at the very core of your being, because it's more humanistic than it is a realm of political precedence. We have to take stands in a place of solidarity for unity, peace, harmony, and an immediate ceasefire on this war that's happening. Lives are being lost every day. One time I watched, of all the times I've watched and saw, there was a young kid whose brother was massacred. And he was screaming to the top of his lungs, "Why didn't they take me too?" Because of the devastation and the trauma that he would experience for the rest of his life. This resolution is calling for a ceasefire and a de-escalation to the war. It's calling for unity and peace, which we need all over the world. And we have to take stands where sometimes other people are sitting, but sometimes you have to be at the forefront of bringing peace to situations that may seem or appear chaotic. We here in Paterson, we are a melting pot of diversity. We embrace all cultures. We love all cultures. And when one of our cultures hurt, we all hurt. This resolution is to provide healing, unity, and to move us forward, not just as a community, but as the world. So I stand in support of this de-escalation to immediate ceasefire, which I've spoke about many times previously, that there should be a ceasefire and no more lives lost. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote on this item is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez, are you on?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I am on. I'm not going to retract myself what I said before, and I'm going to continue doing what I have to do. If you look at the world, everybody knows everywhere is war. But this one is the mother of the wars. You know, I could say it that way, because if you look at the who are dying and what's going out there, you know, I haven't seen a lot of death like little children have seen. This council have been united. A council member always have been united when it comes up to support other communities. We did a resolution supporting peace between Palestine and Israel and whatever's going on in Gaza. Why not stand for this one? Al-Aziz stated in the floor, and the purpose of this is to deliver the same resolution to other cities so they could join and ask that request. Now, if my councilman Al-Aziz has that vision, of course, we have a shared vision, and we have to be sure that we all together in this. So saying that, we're going to continue praying for God, for the people in Gaza, for the people in Palestine, for the people of Israel, and for the people of government in the United States to make the wise decision to not just bring peace in the Middle East and ceasefire, also bring peace and ceasefire in the United States in different levels. And I can compare the local crime with this, because the local crime is not going to always oversee what's going over there. So, Abdulaziz, we just stand strong with you, Amen, also your family, and those that have lost a family member in Palestine. So, saying that, my vote is 150% yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as I told you, Councilman Abdulaziz, for me, it would be
I got to vote, Council President, before you, because
Sure.
after you vote, it's
Sure.
official.
Oh, yes, you have to vote. After my
I'm sorry, Councilman Abdulaziz, you were absent.
It's
Can you
official.
go ahead with your vote, sir?
Yeah, I think Councilman Khalik is on, but
Is he on now?
first and foremost, I want to thank my colleagues, right? And I think you've heard our residents speak, right? At our council meetings, they've come up and spoken to us. They've grabbed you in the streets, and no one knows the city of Paterson better than this body right here. And I will go toe to toe with any elected official that the 9 council members know the beat of the streets in the city of Paterson. And I want to thank my council colleagues, because we represent the 160,000 people in this city. And we are taking a stance today to send a message to our congressman that represents this city, that represents the same people that live in this city just like you and I, right? And it shows, right? It shows that the people that could stop this war right now, the innocent lives, Councilman Davila stated, over 20,000 people have been killed in Gaza. Right? The majority of those are women and children. the U.S. federal government could single-handedly stop this war with a ceasefire. And there's a resolution in Congress. We are asking our congressmen to go there and support it, not because he represents a large Palestinian population, but because innocent lives are being killed. Innocent lives are being taken. Councilman Khalid, could you mute yourself, please?
Yes, please, Councilman Khalid, mute yourself. Thank you.
You know, as I stated earlier on, the city of Paterson represents almost 25% of our congressional district, and our congressman needs to act. I've said it to him face to face. This isn't about politics. This is about taking action. In government, like us amongst each other, we're not going to agree on anything. But I've said it to him that he needs to be pushing for a ceasefire. He should be pushing to make sure that innocent lives and civilians are not being murdered and killed. And our main goal as a council is peace and safety for all innocent people involved. And I believe, and I think this council believes, that the congressman with his long experience should be echoing the voice of our community and contribute to the pursuit of an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire. The borough of Prospect Park has followed our lead. I think now the residents are being more vocal. And we cannot forget about this now, right? This is what government's about. We take action as a body, urging our representatives to represent our interests. And I thank my colleagues because you see what I see. No one in the city knows what's going on better than the 9 council people that are elected. And that's you, me, and all of us. And I'll go toe-to-toe with anyone, including the mayor, that we know the beat of the streets in the city of Paterson better than any elected official in our county, in our city. And that's because we're all public servants trying to do what's best for our residents. So thank you, colleagues. This sends a strong message, hopefully to our congressmen that should be listening to us. We represent the 160,000 people of this city because you know what? We are looking, like Councilwoman Mims says, for peace. Ceasefire now, ceasefire now, ceasefire now, Congressman. The time is now. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I want to apologize to my council colleague. Actually, I'm in a wedding right now, but I thought it was very important for me to vote on this resolution. Forget politics. This is beyond politics. I think it is the right thing to do for our congressmen and our government to support the ceasefire. The only people in this world who could make that happen is the United States. And our congressmen need to speak. Honestly, I'm very disappointed at him on his stance. I think it is very important. Council colleague Al Abdulaziz said it the best. He knows his family members there. I know personally some community members who lost their loved ones. And I think it is the right thing to do for our congressmen to support this ceasefire resolution, which is in Congress right now. And I'm proudly supporting this resolution, which is drafted by our council colleague and the Corporation Council. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as I mentioned before, when Councilman Abdulaziz came to me, and I told him that it was going to be a great honor for me to sponsor this resolution and to be side by side with our brothers and sisters from Palestine. Listen, the whole world is crying by looking at what happened in Palestine. This is a genocide, and we cannot stay silent. As some of my council colleagues mentioned before, we got to take action and we got to stay united. And that's what we're doing. We stay united. We know our community. We know the people are suffering. And before my vote, from the bottom of my heart, I'm gonna express my deepest condolences to all of my brothers and sisters that love their family members out there. I know Iman Katanani lost so many members of the family. All of you. So listen, we're here. We're feeling your pain, and this is the least that we could do. We're gonna stay side by side, working together with our Palestinian community. You guys are Paterson. You live in this community, and we all see how you're suffering for your brothers and sisters back in Palestine. So with that being said, this is not the beginning. Let's stay united. Let's keep the fight until we see the ceasefire on the Middle East. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 17 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, can we do item 18? Yes, Councilwoman. Yes, thank you. Can we do item 18? Item 18 needs 6 votes, Council Member. Then right after that, we go from item number 5 all the way down. We just have a few more items, Council Members, to finish this meeting and to finish city business. Item 18, Madam Clerk.
Item number 18 is a resolution.
Council President, before we vote on this item, does this item require 6 votes or is it majority?
Yes, I do.
2/3 votes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That was the question I was asking. I wanted to make sure, just in case I have to drop off. Thank you.
Yes, my Councilwoman. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 18.
Item number 18 is a resolution authorizing budget transfers for calendar year 2023. It's Finance Resolution 23:767. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Dawson. Second by.
Wow, I moved it. You called somebody else's name.
I'm sorry. It was.
I moved it. We moved it at the same time. So
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Min, both, and second by Councilman Velez and Council President Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 18.
Roll call on item number 18 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Near now?
Yes, Madam.
Councilman Kalik, I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Are you there, Councilman Velez?
You say you need 6 votes?
Yes, we do need 6 votes, sir.
I don't see Madam BA shaking her head. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, I'm sorry. 1 absent. Councilman Jackson is not here. 2 absences.
I think there were 7.
I'm sorry?
I think there were
7 yeses, I'm sorry. 2 absences. I can't see Councilman Jackson is not responding. So the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 18 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do item number 5, Madam Clerk, all the way down from 5 all the way down to the end?
Okay, Council President. Item number 5 is a resolution appointing Ilia Villanueva as Commissioner to the Paterson Task Force for Community Action. It's sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. It's a City Council Resolution 23:754.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila and Council President Alex Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 5.
Roll call on item number 5 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
Before we go to vote, I normally we do is my appointment for the task force, but I want to also add Councilwoman Davila as sponsor on this appointment.
Councilman Velez, and if you don't mind, I would love to be a sponsor of that appointment too. Yes.
No problem.
Any other council colleague? All right. So,
the remaining councilmen could be co-sponsors if you want.
Yeah. So, Elian, we all love Elian. We know the job that she have done. You got the all right, Madam Clerk. So you got Councilman Velez, Councilman Davila, and Council President.
As sponsored, yes.
Sponsor, and then remaining council as co-sponsor. Okay.
Yes, I do have that, sir. Ma'am, go ahead with the roll call.
Yeah. Yes, Madam Clerk, please.
Roll call on item number 5 for approval, which is a resolution appointing Ilia Villanueva as commissioner to the Paterson Task Force. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Alia is a 6th Ward stalwart. No matter where
What?
she lives, she's a 6th Ward at heart. She is the 6th Ward historian. I always appreciate all her stories that she tells me. It keeps me grounded. It keeps me on track to do the right thing. I know she's going to do a fantastic job, just like on many other boards and commissions she sat on throughout her career. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say, Ilya is a Patersonian. She represents all 6 wards. I've known her for at least probably 35, 40 years. So I just want to say, Councilman Velez, wonderful choice, great choice. I've known her. She's been part of this community. She has helped so many people in this community. I've known her along with my husband, Eddie, and how she fought so hard back in the 70s and the 80s for everyone. So I want to say congratulations, Ilya. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to have known you all these years, and we're still around. That's what I love about us as women. We are still around. With that being said, Madam Clerk, congratulations, Ilya. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So I want to start by thanking Councilman Velez for adding me on as a sponsor. Ilya and I have a very, very long history relationship. I mean, we have known each other for over 30 years. What's so interesting is that she's kind of coming back to where she started. All right, in the task force, and through the Hispanic Center with Maria Magda, when she worked very closely with Marty Barnes. I mean, Ilya is one of our Puerto Rican historians in the city of Paterson. Although not born in Paterson, she is Paterson. All right. So it gives me great pleasure to support her. Her years of service, community service at CASA program. I mean, my God, I could say so much. But I just want to say today, congratulations, Ilya. You deserve this and much more. I wish that we could just bring you back to Paterson and say bye-bye to Trenton, right? But who knows what God has in store. But with that said, Ilya, thank you for all your leadership, everything that you entrusted in me, that you taught me. I stand on your shoulders, as you moved me up. So I just appreciate you. And again, I could say so much more. But with that said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik, are you still here? Maybe not. Councilwoman Mims.
So when it comes to appointments, it's always important to appoint people that serve our community and love it. Ms. Villanueva loves Paterson in her conversations, in her sidebar meetings, even in her advocacy. When she comes to the microphone, you can hear her passion. You see it as she serves in this community, and she has ties with so many people through the political side, through just family, through lineage and legacy. This is something well-deserved. This is a great selection, Councilman Velez. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to my colleagues for those great words. Those that know Ilia Villanueva, that have helped a lot of people, even to go into college, put food on the table, and relocate them into a better living and residence around, helping seniors. That the choice was the best one. I haven't done, and I don't regret all of the one that I have done. But this one hit me, touched my heart a lot, because I see Ilya work a lot for the community, and sometimes a lot behind the scenes. And a lot of people say, how this happened is because she made it happen. And those that know Ilya quite well, when she want to say the truth, she say the truth real good. And if you want to listen to her and follow her, you're going to learn a lot. So, Ilya, I know I could close my eyes, my ears. I know you're going to be there doing the right thing for the residents and the Paterson Task Force. and I know that that you're going to be working with a great team because they're all Pattersonian. They're all Pattersonian. So saying that, congratulations, thank you for accepting this commission that you're going to represent quite good. So saying that, my vote is yes. Thank you, Council President and Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For me, it's a great honor to definitely vote on this item. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for allowing me to be one of the sponsors, because Elia have opening so many doors for leaders in this community. One of the reasons why people like us are serving is because Elia start so early in the city of Paterson, fighting for our community, working with the leaders in that community. And look at all the leaders that are elected. It's because of her hard work, her dedication. And even though she's in Trenton, she never forget about Paterson. You see her active. You see, I don't know how she do it, but she take the time to be around, to be with us, to help the community and take care of business in Trenton. So may God continue blessing you with long life and health, Ms. Ilya. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 5 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Item number 6, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, item number 6 is a resolution addressing renewal of a coin-operated laundry license for Central Laundry LLC, trading as Laundry Place, 80-82 East 15th Street in the 3rd Ward. It's a finance resolution 23:755.
So move.
And second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez. It was moved by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 6.
Roll call on item number 6 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik, are you still here? Councilwoman Mims. Councilwoman Mims, are you there?
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 6 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 7.
Item number 7 is a resolution addressing renewal of a coin-operated amusement device license for 856 River Street, Inc., trading as Duffy's, 856 River Street, 3rd Ward, 1 pool table. Finance Resolution 23:756.
So move.
Second.
Second. It was moved by Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Mims, and second by Council President Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Roll call on item number 7 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez. Councilman Velez.
Where is he? Like,
He's okay. He's not on right now. Okay. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 7 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Ben Schaefer Recreation, Inc., under Educational Services Commission of New Jersey Co-op, 65 MCS CCPS bid number ESC NJ 20/21-22 for the purchase of playground equipment for Pennington Park for the Department of Public Works. It's Public Works Resolution 23:757.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 8.
Roll call on item number 8 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Look like he's still there.
thanks, he's off, okay,
No, he's not off. It looks like.
No, he's not off. He's there, but he's not
Yeah.
connected, you know.
okay.
He's not.
Oh, he's trying to connect, yes. So we'll proceed. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
so the votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 8 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a resolution authorizing award of contract to Ben Schaefer Recreation, Inc. under Educational Services Commission of New Jersey Co-op 65MCES CCPS bid number ESCNJ 20/21-02 for the installation of playground equipment at Pennington Park for the Department of Public Works Resolution 23:758.
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, you need to,
My vote is yes.
thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila,
So item 8 was for the purchase of the equipment and 9 is for the installation. My vote is yes.
yes. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, bearing the circumstances, I'm moving around. I don't have the item in front of me, and I did not see what the cost for this item was, whether it's nominal or not. I'm a firm believer that, every single day I'm taking phone calls from various people in the community. They're looking for work. They're looking for jobs. We're giving out so many job opportunities to outside entities and outside companies. I understand making a purchase, but these types of installations doesn't take rocket science, and it should be getting done locally. It's not the council's fault that this administration has failed to create capacity, and I cannot continue to vote for items that's putting dollars in the hands of outside agencies, entities, especially when they've done such a poor job of reporting and the way it was done with Hinchcliffe Stadium. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
well, thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
Well, when it comes up to the recreation and what people acting out there to improve our parks and children will take advantage of it, I will not regret voting yes on this because listen, people are asking for it, and other parks out there in other cities looks better than ours. We upgrading ours, but people could stay in Paterson and receive the recreation they deserve. Thank you, Billy Rodriguez, to do your diligent work, and also to procurement, Mr. Ceballos, to do the right work to save taxpayer money and to do what they have to do with our parks. My vote is yes.
thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 9 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Envirocon LLC for the general and emergency maintenance, repairs, and installation services on all HVAC systems in all City of Paterson buildings. Bid number 23.01 for the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 23:759.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. A roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry, Council President. Again, I don't have the item in front of me. What's the cost associated with this item?
The director's on.
Yes, Director.
I know it's not to exceed a contract. I don't have it in front of me. Like I said, I'm not in the office.
The CFO?
CFO, you have it, BA?
The BA?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
It says not to exceed 140,000.
40, correct.
And these are for this is for which items? Are there items in particular, Director, or is it for just emergency services on?
Repairs and emergency services on all our HVAC system throughout the city.
Very good.
But let me ask you, since Council President, if I may. Oh, it's not my turn to vote. I voted already.
We didn't vote yet.
Oh, I didn't vote yet.
Oh, we haven't voted yet. We're in discussion, Councilwoman.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Now, this is from January of this year to December this year. How much have we spent already?
On the old contract?
Well, on here it's saying the 2023, January of 2023 to December of 2024. This is for paying for last year, 2022?
No, this is for a new contract. It's to renew the contract.
All right. Okay, and okay, it's still the same amount, 140,000.
Yeah.
Really, what I'm asking you to do, Director, is for emergency work that had to be done on the HVAC, how much was spent in year 2023?
I could get you that information. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay, yeah, okay. It's for the coming year. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Council member, if there's no other question, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10.
Roll call on item number 10 for adoption, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 10 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 11.
Item number 11 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with T.G. Neal Grand Hardware for purchase and delivery of hardware supplies for rebid number 22.30 for the City of Paterson Public Works Resolution 23:760.
So move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11.
Council President, a little bit of discussion here.
Uh,
I know that, I know that is not related to the contract, but Madam BA, can you please pass a message to PD? A lot of squatters are going into his building and sleeping behind that little building they have in the back and leaving messes over there. So you could have PD to give extra attention to remove them. He sent me pictures. It was awful. That's my statement only.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 11.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, and right after Councilman Roby Cotton.
What is the amount on this item?
Director.
It's 107,000.
You should see that phone now.
It's what?
107,000.
It's less than last year.
Is that correct, Director?
Yeah, it's less than last year, I believe.
Yes.
107,000. When possible, Director, can you provide a report on what items were provided under the contract last year and what was the amount that was set, that was spent? If you could provide that to me via email moving forward, I would appreciate it.
You got it. Not a problem, Council.
107,000 on hardware items, plywood, screws. It just seems excessive. But I would like to get a snapshot of what the expenditures look like. Thank you.
You got it.
All right, Councilwoman, you have a question, or you good?
Oh, what? Thank you, Council President. I was looking at the resolution, but the only thing I want to say to the CFO, there were two companies that bid it, but only one came back with a price. P&G, Nail Guard, Gray, and Hartwell, but the other company they had that probably took it up, but never came back with a quote. So I just want my council colleagues to be aware that, which would be a great idea if you can for the coming year coming up. Director Rodriguez, if you can ask the person agent to tell us how many packets was picked up and how many was brought back for the opening the bid. That would give us an idea of what's happening, because you'll find that five companies may pick up, but only two may come back. So if you can provide that sometime with us, Council President, Director.
Yes,
Council President.
Understood, Councilwoman.
Yeah,
Councilman.
Council President. Yeah, Director Billy. How many years we have with Grant Hardware, sir? More than 20?
Maybe more than 20. We did use the spot on East 18th Street for a couple years back in the day, and we used the spot. And then we had other hardware stores that we used, but Grant has been the one that's been most consistent.
And every time the DPW needs something in emergency, they go there for it, right?
Yes.
And you say that this is lower than last year.
I believe so. Yes.
All right. It's the fifth ward Grant Hardware store. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11.
Roll call on item number 11 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Jackson, are you there? Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Responsible spending is responsible spending. Council has an obligation to do its due diligence to oversee and thoroughly look over the expenditures. We do put a trust in our directors, but there's obviously an obligation that we can't that we have to be responsible to. And $100,000+ on hardware supplies, not for building supplies, hardware supplies, is a bit excessive. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item is not to exceed the 107,000, not to exceed the amount. Director, for the next workshop meeting, send us, give us a detail on a spreadsheet about the amount of money that we spend with this company. I know we've been with this company for many, many years. So just share that information with the entire council. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 11 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 12.
Item number 12 is a resolution authorizing the renewal of a contract with Montana Construction Corporation, Inc. for emergency sewer lateral repairs for bid number 23.02 for the Department of Public Works Resolution 23:761.
So moved.
Okay, it was moved by Councilmember Les and second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
I am just not gonna move anything else.
No,
Oh,
it
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
even. It
Council-
wasn't
I'm
even
sorry,
me. Like, I mean, it
Councilwoman,
was.
it's so hard.
It
I don't
wasn't
see
even
the
me. Like,
screen.
I didn't move it. It was
She
Councilwoman
didn't even
Flynn.
move it. It was moved by Councilwoman Dr. Lilissa Mans, Councilwoman Elijah Dr. Lilissa Mans, and second by Councilmember Les. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 11.
I don't get
Number
that.
12.
Don't work.
Roll call on item number, I'm sorry?
Can I, let me ask a question before that. Can I, Council President? I know this is for emergency, but you know what, I'm curious, Council President, this is for emergency sewer lateral repairs. And it's for a period of 1 year. And it's for $691,000. How many, I mean, not Council President, I mean, Director Rodriguez. I see that we had 3 quotes in here. And Montana came back the lowest. But how much of the emergency did we have last year? That's what I would need to know too.
All right, I'll get you that information.
Huh?
I'll get you that information.
Because the director, if I may say, the most emergency repairs are running over 200,000.
Depends on the kind of work that needs to go into it. These are laterals, not mains.
Okay, these are laterals. Okay, when you say laterals, explain to them what lateral is.
Laterals are the smaller pipes coming from the house to the main pipe. That's on the city side of the street.
Pipe from the house from the street. Okay, Director, but even though, so moving on, well, we got this renewal of the contract on emergency. If you could add the amount of money that we spent on the last contract, important, it will give us the ability. So you could add this on every resolution, because this question is keep popping up. That will help us to, move on with our session. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 12.
Roll call on item number 12 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 12 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 13.
Item number 13 is a resolution authorizing an award of contract to the Block Environmental Services LLC for wastewater collection system operation services for the City of Paterson combined sewer system for the Division of Engineering, the Department of Public Works, RFP number 2024-04. It's a Public Works Resolution 23:762.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Last, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 13 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Let me just say to corporation, I mean, to the director, this is for doing a permit for the CSO. Is this for the permit?
This is our this is for our sewer operator contract. We have to have a sewer operator on contract or on an employee for the city of Paterson to operate. He handles all our sewer issues. He used to be part of the contract when engineer was the outsource, but when we got engineering, we separated the contract. We've been doing this. I think this is our 3rd year.
But what is their role?
He's our sewer operator.
What does he operate?
Huh?
What does he operate?
He coordinates the breaks when he deems something broke. Anything sewer issues, he's our company.
Does he has a sewer license?
He actually
Is he a
teaches the
W
class for
or
the sewer.
something? Huh?
He teaches the class for the sewer operators in New Jersey. He's the head one in New Jersey.
But I asked you, do he have a sewer license?
Yes, he does. He teaches the class. He definitely has a license.
Not necessarily. Is he a
Okay.
W4? Is he a W3? I'm asking.
He has them all. He has everything.
Well, in the sewer, you don't need water and sewer. You only need sewer. He has both.
He has everything he needs for sewer.
Do me a favor, Director. Can you tell me everything he needs? And when you can send it to me, everything that he has to be the operator of this sewer. Okay, thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So just being consistent, this again falls back on the reports that we have not been receiving. And to the members of the public, I don't know if you recall, several years back, we were getting a report back from the overspills in which we were being charged for. This year, we all know we had one flood. And I have not seen that report since I pointed out the fact that we should have electronic monitoring systems in place. We don't have an outline on which portions of the sewer, as we, eloquently acknowledged a few weeks ago, that we're spending just in bonding $4 million a year on emergency sewer repair, and we don't even have an outline on where the sewer issues are. And, even after spending $4 million, the same locations continue to flood. So, my vote of confidence is in here, and I cannot support this item. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
Yeah, so I know this item is for the storekeeper, but to our director and to our BA, I just want to put on the record, I know it was an act of nature, with the flooding and that happened in our city, and we've had occurrences in the past. Mm-hmm. I would like to ask, if we can, Council President, that there be a CSO presentation done before the City Council so that we can get information as to where we stand with that plan. And there needs to be a revitalization, especially when it comes to the first ward and all the issues that are there with all the flooding. So I would like to have that done in January, the first meeting in January, that we could talk about the CSO water plan and what are some of the remedies that can be put in place as it relates to ensuring that we can come against some of the flooding and the sewer backup that we have concerns in our community. With that being stated, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Dr. Mims, thank you for that, because we need to get that report before they start doing phase 2 or 3 of River Street. We don't want to put the money down the drain, making sure that if we fix River Street, it's not going to be damaged again with another flooding or problem out there. Also, we should start demanding the engineering corp to come and drag and clean that river. It's needed though. The engineering corp was going to do it way back when they elevated the 2 new bridges. I believe it was 6 and what was that bridge? Arch Bridge, and the other one, they was going to elevate it, they're going to drag it and all that stuff. They stopped it. They did nothing afterwards. So if they clean that river a little bit more, I think it will prevent a lot of flooding in that section. Even as in the first ward, but we all get concerned when it comes up to flooding and victims out there. Saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, because speaking about presentation, Director, I think that what I'm looking forward to see is a presentation that include revenue that we're collecting from the sewer utility and the investment that we're doing in the sewer. We know we have a huge problem with the sewer system in the city. Paterson is one of the oldest cities in the nation. The combined sewer system that we have, it's a big problem. So I request information on the Umbrella Avenue. I know we allocate some funding to correct the problem on Umbrella Avenue, the combined sewer system, and the overflow that we have. All my constituents in the third ward, we're really suffering every time we have a little bit of rain on Brilliant Avenue, 18th Avenue, 17th, East 32nd, 33rd, 34th. That whole area get flooded, get really ugly, and my constituent, they lose everything that they have, in the first floor, basement, everywhere. So we really have a comprehensive presentation about that, Director. Let's work on that on the first meeting of next year in a workshop. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 1 no, 2 absences. Item number 13 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 14.
Item number 14 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to L&Y Enterprises LLC for emergency snow plowing, salt spreading, and removal throughout the city of Paterson. Bid number 23.25 for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 23:763.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. A roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 14.
Roll call on item number 14 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Director, utilize this company when the snowstorm hits, right? The more plows we have on the streets, the quicker we can dig them out and get our residents clear roadways. Hopefully there's no snow this winter, but please, if this company, I should ask a question for discussion, how many plows do they give us for emergency? But as a director, when you need assistance, please, we're authorizing you to call all hands on deck to make sure our residents get blacktop during the storms. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Billy Rodriguez, I thought that we use more than one company. How many companies are we using? Just the one for emergency?
Yeah, we're only one company.
Is there a reason why we went last year? I thought a year before we had 2 or 3.
No, we did the same process. Last administration they did it different, but this year we're getting a company on contract just so we can have them on call 24/7.
And not to exceed 200,000.
Yep.
I don't think one's enough, but I hope you don't have bad weather. But I don't believe one emergency contractor city needs more than one. But with that being said, we got to have somebody on standby. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
We need to always be ready. The weather has treated us real good in the past weeks, but you never know what's coming in January. So thank you, DPW, for always being there. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you. Director, before my vote, Councilman Abdulaziz, let me request a list of all the equipment. Director, send to the entire council a list of the equipment that we have with this company. So in case we need it. So just send us a list for the council members, equipment, plow, and everything. That way we could have an idea. We already have a conversation with you, and you saying it multiple times that you're ready for the storm to hit Paterson, and the street will be blacktop. So we're ready. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 14 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 15.
Item number 15 is a resolution authorizing a contract with Morton Salt Incorporated through Passaic County Cooperative Pricing System number 38-PCCP for the purchase of rock salt for the Department of Public Works. Public Works Resolution 23:764.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 15 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
the votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. Item number 15 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 16.
Item number 16 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Rich Tree Service, Inc. for tree trimming, pruning, and removal services for the Department of Public Works. It's a Public Works Resolution 23:765.
So move.
Moved by
Discussion.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Discussion, Councilwoman Mims.
So here we go with this item once again, Director. You know, I always speak up on this item. This item is for tree trimming in the amount not to exceed 200,000. I once again am asking, and I know we have stated that we have done an assessment of the trees all over the city. I would like to see, once again, the full assessment and the priority schedule that is in place, because a few concerns. One, I talk about Broadway as you go from 33rd and you go down towards Route 20 or Route 4, the trees are practically kissing each other across the highways. If you go, there was a great plan that was put in place some years ago where they planted trees in front of residential properties, but a lot of those trees are uprooting, they're old, they're falling into the street and causing a lot of damage. So 2 things I am recommending. This item should have been for more money because the amount of work that needs to be done is definitely over this amount. And 2, that we go into a memorandum of understanding with the county so that we can work with them to help us offset some of these costs. So I'm going to put it back on the record. I know it's on for us tonight. I don't know if there's anything urgent in this item, but I think this item needs to be tabled and we need to increase the amount because I don't know if we can certify the funds on tonight. Madam BA, if you can answer that question, if we're able to, if I can make a motion to increase it and we can do that tonight, then I will make that motion. But if we can't increase the amount tonight and get, the approval through our CFO and yourself for the certificate of availability of funds, then I'm requesting that this item be tabled, Council President, until January. This item definitely, and I've said it in the past, and it's back with us again. So it proves my point that it was not for the amount that was needed. And the other piece and concern I have is all of the playground. We're investing in our parks. And so we're putting in new playground equipment. But if you go through the parks, and I know some of our council colleagues that have advocated for their particular parks, they will agree that there are old trees in the parks. So if the trees collapse or the branches or the limbs fall off, it's going to destroy the brand new equipment that is placed there. So I am making that request. First, Madam BA, if you can answer, if I make a motion to increase this amount, how does that work? And if it has to go through the RP process again, or whatever that looks like. And then number 2, if it cannot, Council President, I would like this item to be tabled until the next meeting so that we can do it the right way and increase the amount, because it's just unprecedented what's happening in the community with these trees that are falling across the roadways. We have all these storms that are coming, and if we're not properly prepared and have the right amount, we're going to have a catastrophe on our hands. So, Councilman, allow Madam BA to answer that question.
Thank you, Councilwoman. If I may, before you, Director, I do believe that, Director, I'm in full support of just holding on this item because we need to see a full assessment of what's going on in the city in terms of the tree. Eastside Park, I see problem in the Eastside Park, in my ward, Brilliant Avenue, the Amistad Park, even Fifth Avenue complex. So we need a full assessment, and we need to identify exactly how much money do we need to correct the problem, to take care of the situation with the tree that we have. And definitely, so I know I don't want to prolong this conversation, Director, but if you believe... Give me 1 second, Councilman Velez, Councilman Director. So I will open the floor to you and then Councilman Velez. If this is not a time sensitive, we could definitely go over more of this on detail.
Yeah,
Because
I believe
action East Side Park and there's a lot of problems. I have a lot of dead tree on East Side Park. They're not being taken care. Also, the Park. Go ahead.
Can I go? No.
Yeah, go ahead.
The problem with Eastside Park, what you just said, I got to disagree with you because my guys are in Eastside Park cutting down trees. They've been doing it since before the light show and after the light show. But this is a state contract. We have the ability to we don't have to RFP it. We could just give them another contract for an additional amount. They're real diligent on their work. They come into town when they say they can come into town. They do great work. We do have issues with trees in the city, and prolonging this would just prolong anything, and it'll just when you Murphy's Law. If you prolong it, something's gonna happen tomorrow.
So, Council President, with that point, Madam BA, can I make a motion on the floor since it's state? Can I make a motion on the floor to increase it to at least? Based on the assessment, we know 200,000 is not going to resolve the problems in Paterson with our tree trim removal in that process. Are we able on the floor? Am I able to make a motion to increase this to at least $400,000 so that we can really get some work done? We have the winter coming. We have storms that are pressing our way. We have to make sure that we do things right the first way instead of one drop of money this time, then we come back again. If that can be done on tonight, since it is state and we don't have to RFP it, Madam BA, if you can speak to that, and if so, Council President, I'm going to make that motion after we hear from Madam BA.
Well, I would thank you, Council President, if I could jump in.
Madam BA.
Even though it's on state contract, we do have to get appropriate quotes to be able to follow the proper purchasing rules. And so that's why you see page 3 of the attachment shows the quote for specific work, specific amount of hours for kind of in that not to exceed amount of 200,000. So we would just have to do that process again in order to get the approval to change this requisition and the certification of funds. So that would have to be approved through our purchasing agent.
So, Madam BA, Council President, Madam BA, so if possible, possibly the recommendation is table it tonight, put it on for our next meeting and have a special meeting and we could vote on it in the workshop. That way it's not that it's taken a long time, but just so that we can get a bulk of our work done. That I'm sure the list is exhaustive of all the work that needs to be done in the city. And I've been on this from the very first time, as Director knows, that I keep saying the same thing. We have to make sure that we're taking care, and it's across the wards, and there's some wards that are worse than others, as we know, but I think that the full assessment for all wards, and if we increase it to at least 400,000, I think we'll get more of a bang for our buck, and I think it's only 1 or 2 weeks, and that won't hurt us, or a week away, and it could be a special meeting item, Council President, and we could vote on that night, but this definitely needs to be increased.
And
Councilmember, sure, I know have Councilmember Velez, but let's finish with Madam BA. And I don't believe that this is such a time sensitive that we cannot wait a couple of weeks. I don't believe that. So I think that because we just want to put the right amount, we just want to put the right amount of dollars to take care of all the different needs that we have. When it comes to the tree.
And what's the dollar amount we're looking for? 400,000.
And that's what.
No, I don't have that number. I don't have the number.
But
so
I think the number. I apologize, Council President, but I think the number is based on the assessment that was done. So if your assessment, because you said there's an assessment, what is the guesstimate based on the assessment of what's needed? Maybe the guesstimate is 500,000, but whatever that number looks like, that's what we should be pushing for, so that we can get a bulk of this work done. I don't know
the
what
number is 200,000, Councilwoman.
No, that's the number on the resolution. I'm talking about amending this resolution to increase it.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry. Director, you say that the number, the assessment, the number of the dollar, the amount of dollar that we need is what is on the resolution based on your assessment.
That's not across the city.
No, that's go ahead, BA.
I'm sorry, Madam BA. I think the director should answer this first because he's the one he's the expert. He's out there because if the number of if the assessment is what is on the resolution, we're okay. So I just want to make sure if it's good, we're good with that. We're fine.
The assessment that the number was given was based on the emergencies we had in the past year, what those numbers came in on, and some projects that we have coming up this year in our parks. That's what that was added together, and that's what the assessment was on. It's nothing about the count of trees that are out there right now. That needs this just based on work that has already been done, and following that into the next year.
So there's no assessment in our trees.
So, because what we're talking about, Director, I'm sorry, Maravilla, I will go with you in a minute. Director, what we're speaking about is like we have so many people that they have tree on the list that they're damaging the sidewalk. I know we have a team of people within the department that they're taking care of that, but we have an amount of people, a large amount of residents that they have those trees on the waiting list to be cut in order for them to fix the sidewalk, street that is falling apart, in our regular streets. So what we're talking about is a fully assessment citywide about the condition and how much money we need to correct all those problems. So what you have is a different assessment in terms of emergency. So now, council members, I think that I agree to wait on this, but if we go ahead and move forward with this,
President.
Sure, go ahead. Give me a second, council member. So we're gonna have to come back with one.
I think.
So let me open the floor to Madam Pierre, and I will go with you next, council member. Madam Pierre, go ahead.
Yes, and I just wanted to ask the director, because I believe in the past we have specifically utilized the service for some of the trees around electrical wires.
Yes.
And I think that's what the quote was really based off of, and that the rest of the work is really kind of focused on what our internal teams would be tackling throughout the year. I just want to, I hate to always be this one too, but if we, end up increasing this part of the budget, then we would have to decrease, other sort of contracts and budgets, because we are running really tight. We know that next year we're going to be in as difficult a situation as we are this year. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we make this assessment. So I would ask that maybe instead of voting on it at a special meeting at the workshop, it gives the director and I some time to have those conversations about where exactly we're going to find the money, so that maybe we could continue this conversation, both workshop and meeting for the first meeting in January.
Council President.
Okay, Councilman Velez.
The idea of moving forward in the next meeting is great, but as the director stated, if it is an emergency and the tree is on top of the wires, and our employee will not go into the power lines, over the power lines, and we don't have a contract in place, then we're gonna have more problems. I think we should go what we have now. The director just stated that if they have to do an amendment on the money allocated for this contract, they could do it. They have done it before when they exceed, and we have approved it. So having a contract in place will help us, because let's make believe a resident for the third ward, you got a lot of trees. You have one of the trees blocking a sewer of a house, and the problem is the tree. You know what I'm saying? And then we don't have this in place, and it looks like an emergency. Then how are we going to fix it, right? Then we're going to have problem with the homeowner, and et cetera, et cetera. The other thing I would recommend, Director, if our crew from Cherry and Tree is working year round, you don't need to wait into summer to cut the branches. It will be lighter. It will do less mass and start trimming those trees.
We do
now they have no. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, that's when you do it.
The other thing is there's passing the ball between the county and the city. Sometimes you call the county say no, the city cannot touch the tree, and the city say no, it's county responsibility. It delayed the residents' sidewalk and et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to let you know there, Council President, if we move forward, placing a contract, okay? Because the first thing we should ask, how many trees and projects they were $200,000 last year. So because you don't want to leave an open check and really they don't use $200,000. They use less. So we put in a number there based on. Yeah, but you put in based on the project that you say that you do in the parks and this and that. And I know that every turf field that you have fixed, have you used the company, or you put in the contract of the turf field?
What, this company?
Yeah. You see, you stated that you use it for a project, for parks, and et cetera. Have you put this company?
This company we only use this company for one project that we had trees that we had to get removed on in the past. But moving forward, we might be using this contract for other parks.
So in other words, you're telling me, this is interesting.
No, go ahead.
So you're telling me that, give me the example. What park was that?
That they did?
Yeah.
They cleared Commons Field. They cleared Commons Field, the 9 trees we had in Commons Field.
Yeah, correct. So at the bid that you did for that park to put turf field and everything, that included knocking the trees and everything. So we had to put other companies.
That wasn't part of the RFP, no.
Oh, so we had to put in RFP because we're using companies to be dedicating supposed to be dedicating another thing, and when we shift it to other projects for parks, I don't understand. We wasted more money in those parks then. Put in the city contract that's supposed to do other works in the city. I don't know if you catch the picture on this, but
no, I don't.
Okay, I do. So let's make believe we approve on $1.2 million to approve a turf field in a park, but then it's not covering all the scope of work at the park, and then we're using the contract that we approve for other things to use in the park.
Yeah, but then when that contract goes to get done for trees and we RFP it and they got to pay prevailing wages, that contract for trees is going to be triple what we just paid our private contractor on state contract numbers. So I don't get what you're saying.
So you're trying to be smart now? I know what you're saying.
No, I'm done. I mean, you give you an example. I gave you an example.
Like other people. It's simple and easy. You spend $1.2 million Costello Park, right? $1.2 million Costello Park. And they put the picture, Costello Park is going to look like this, with nice, beautiful trees, et cetera. But no, hold on. Let's have this contract of the city to knock down the trees, and that will save the company money to spend in that park. So why not bid it all together and not use the contract that we have for other things for the city and use it here?
Okay, so
you still don't get it.
The director.
What was that, director?
I said I just explained myself.
You didn't explain yourself?
Just before you said that, I explained why we did it.
You're gonna be smart now. You're gonna be acting smart now.
I just said you want me to say it again?
No. You want to act like you don't know what you're talking about. Director.
No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but I don't know.
Director. You bid for a park, and all the extra that had to be in the park is shifted to the contract that we have in the city. Who you saving?
We understood. No, we understood, Councilman Velez. Now let the director. What is your answer about? You understand what Councilman Velez is asking you?
Yes, I understand what he says.
Okay, director. If you allocate $1.2 million to fix a park, and you present the park that it's going to look beautiful, or the tree will be out, will be knocked down, and now you're using this third-party company, which is an emergency company, to cut the tree. What are you doing? What are you doing with those $1.2 million that you allocate for the park to knock the tree down and all that? That is a question. Can you answer him before we move on? Because we really have to move on.
Well, he just said Costello Park, and I didn't do the development for Costello Park. I was speaking about Commons Park. Before we went out to RFP for the park, we removed the trees because we knew it would be cheaper because the state contract rate is always slower than the prevailing wage rate. And they will charge us prevailing rates when they chop down those 9 trees that we got done. So we did that work on our end before we went out to RFP.
Okay. So far into that part,
that's all
I gotta tell you, I agree with you on that. So you use that company, you didn't use the company that we hired to build the park, which is they're gonna charge you prevailing wage, and $100 an hour for every workers. I understand that. And you use the company that we have, which is a state contract, and it costs less money. Now, I understand that. Now, council members, if I may, because we really have two more items, 19 and 21, before we close.
Council President.
No, I've been raising my hand. That's it. I've been up. Come on,
Councilman Jackson. We have Councilman Mims, Councilman Cotton, and then now you mentioned you next. Now you're the third person. So you hear Councilman the Director Billy explanation. Council member, if you agree that we have to take this out of the agenda, just table it until the next meeting. Let's come into an agreement. I believe that the council members, what the director has is an emergency contract, but what we asking for, Councilwoman Mims, what you're really asking for is a total assessment, citywide assessment about all the needs that we have, all the problems that we have, and we haven't seen that. Now, I'm not in agreement of allocating $400,000, which is we don't know, because that money is not gonna go to your need, which is the fully assessment. So let me open the floor. I know Councilman Mims, go ahead. You next.
Thank you, Council President. So my request again is, and it's only a week or two away, that we look at the assessment. This assessment is done, right? Per the director, the assessment is done. So based on the assessment that is done, we just need to identify with the assessment that's done by priority how much more can be added. I'm not saying do the full exhaustive list because I know it's a lot. Also, we need to tap into resources that are possibly available, whether it be a grant, whether it be ARP dollars could be utilized for this type of work. Do the American Rescue dollars? I'm sure we still have a lot of money, or I would like to see that too, how much is left in our American Rescue dollars. But I believe this item is not time sensitive if we don't approve it tonight, that something drastic, because things are happening all the time. So we need to make sure, and it's 6 words, do it right the first time. Instead of us coming back again and again. We can come back next week workshop and say, based on the list, these 12 things need to be added, and we have to put them on. Then I have to say, Councilman Velez, I disagree when you said that the county takes a while. That's not true. When the county, and Director Billy can confirm this, when they reach for the county to get their equipment, they are very readily available to give them the equipment through the county to help us with our tree trimming process. So I'm just saying, based on the list and based on whatever the dollar amount is, it can help us cut the cost. But the county has always been good partners with DPW, and Director and I have spoke about that in times past. We've utilized them for cutting down trees and getting them to the root. So we can definitely utilize that instead of us doing everything ourselves. We need to find ways where we can partner and collaborate so that we're not spending all the money ourselves, but we could get our partners, they could come alongside of us and help us do the work. So I'm making the request again that this item should be moved to the January's meeting so that we can add some more stuff to it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So we have Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I know the 200,000. I know for a fact that is definitely not enough. Director Rodriguez, I have a house on Governor Street for the last 3 years. 3 years that it needed to get the stump removed. And there's so many of them that needs to be removed. All the sidewalks are breaking up. I would love to see the list. I don't remember seeing the list on what trees and stuff needed to get done. Also, 4 or 5 years ago, public service would come trim trees if they were about power lines. We don't even have a relationship, seem like to me, no more with public service where they come in and help us trim trees. I remember going down Governor Temple Street, and the trees was like all over the place. It was DPW to get it. Why we do not have that relationship with public service? Where they would come in and help us trim these trees, especially when they're over the wire. And then you got DPW, and we're putting we're putting their lives in danger when we ask them to go cut these trim these trees on these power lines. they're not expert of which is a power line, which is a phone line, which is a line that can't be done. So there's a lot of, when you say you did an assessment, there's a house on Governor Street, might be 98, that stump been there for God knows how long, that it needs to be removed. And I don't understand why our relationship is not the same with public service like it was 4 or 5 years ago. I'm not sure. But even though with that, there's some things I think that's things, even like for the railroad tracks, why we just don't give it back to New Jersey Transit or the railroad company, because they can't keep up. Our DPW department just cannot keep up with all the extra stuff that got to get done. How many people in our tree trimming department? I'm not sure. 5, 6? It's not that many of them. And then you got people who sewer lines and lines are getting all messed up from tree roots. And then in order for DPW to come out, they got to pay a plumber to put the camera down there to see if that's the reason why. So there's so much that we need to do. Why we're not asking public service that question? Why are we not telling them to help us trim these trees that needs to be trimmed? Why are we not removing stuff? I want to see a list of all your stuffs that needs to be removed. I can tell you 98 Governor Street has been on the list for 3 or 4 years. And that needs to be number one that needs to come off.
Public service cut a lot of the trees in the 6th Ward, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Public service.
You better, don't come say nothing to me, Al. What?
Point of order, Council President.
Public service.
Council
Well, wait a minute, Council President. Nobody asked him to say anything. He didn't need to open his mouth.
I agree with you. That's what I meant. I agree with you.
This council member of the House of Course, Councilman Jackson. You finished, Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, but I'm saying we got to make sure, we got public service, we got the train tracks, we got so many people that we need to be helping us. And for some reason, we don't have a good relationship with them to want to come in and help us out with some of the stuff that we need to get done here.
Councilwoman, I agree. And this is the reason why right after Councilman Jackson, with this item should be tabled, and we should have a discussion as a governing body and check all the need from the 1st ward all the way into the 6th ward and put everything together. That's what we should be doing. And also looking at our partner, the county, at the state, to save our taxpayers some dollars. Councilman Jackson.
We're going to table what the discussion is.
Councilman, I just let you know if my phone dies. I mean, if I go off, my phone died. I don't have a charger down in my basement, so I gotta get one. I gotta go upstairs and get it.
Oh, don't worry.
I'll come bring you one.
The director, we only got 2 more items. Don't worry. Keep your phone on. So, Councilman.
No, it's not like 2%. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Well, Director, first of all, let me show my level of appreciation for you not being an actor. I've never witnessed you act like you're being a smart guy. I've seen you show your level of intelligence consistently, working with little or no resources. So I take my hat off to you for not being an actor, unlike many other people that we can't say the same for. But council members, with all due respect, we have to keep it in perspective. This contract is not for stump grinding. This contract is for emergency work surrounding trees that are causing issues around power lines during a storm. If we have a storm, like which we know we just encountered a storm, and $200,000 may or may not be enough. That's not for me to determine at this moment, but I do know it's significant when it comes to hiring a company to do tree removal. I've hired companies to do tree removal myself personally. The fees are somewhere, of a few $100s. It could be anywhere from $200-300. It could be $700-800, $800-900, $1,500 goes a long way when you're talking about $200,000. I don't believe that it's any need for us to hold up this item. If we need to increase the amount, allow the administration to be responsible and provide us with an assessment and a report. It's something that, for some reason it seems to be something that's incapable of acquiring around here. Reports based on needs assessments. We have not been getting that. So I'm not in favor of tabling this item to add an additional $200,000 without even first having an assessment of what the issues are. Furthermore, let me just say this. we have to begin to create capacity. A bucket truck would cost the city, let's just say on the high end, 200 grand. That's 1 year's expense. The next 3 years, you can take the same 200,000 that you're spending each year, $50,000 per year. You have 4 new individuals that could be working in that department that could be trained to do these types of tasks instead of creating more opportunities for third-party contractors. And that could even be done on a part-time basis so that you're paying a person, a high-skilled person, to be trained 50 grand a year without having to provide health insurance benefits, and you can save the city a tremendous amount of money. And you can also provide job opportunities locally, which we have absolutely no intent on doing, it seems like. But I don't believe we should add any additional money. I'm not in favor of that. If this is something that's needed, because if we get hit with another storm and trees are falling down, we need this thing to happen right away. And if we allow the administration or task them to provide a report on needs assessments, then, and even every council member, if you guys could provide, if we all could provide needs assessments for the prospective wards, then we could come back and say, okay, well, this is the amount that's needed. But just to do an arbitrary amount and pick it out the sky and say, oh, this is the amount that we need, this is the amount that's not enough, is not being fiscally responsible, in my opinion. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I'll be very quick and brief, please.
Yes, because council members.
I'm going to be brief, very brief. So let me say, and this is one of the things with doing your due diligence and having the paperwork in front of you. This item is for stump work. It is in the proposal. It is listed what the $200,000 for is for a 3-man crew, a bucket truck, grapple truck, stump work, crane operator, crane. All stump grindings are raked back into a hole unless otherwise noted. That is what this item is for. That's why I'm going to put it back. Council President, this item needs to be tabled, brought back to committee so that we really can put our money into more items. 400,000 was an example.
I agree with you, Madam Clerk. Let's table this item. Let's table this item until we come back at the workshop. And we all together, collectively, let's put the need of our different respective area and the floor, and let's put it combined, and let's do it right. Let's not put a number. So let's table this item, Madam Clerk, and let's move to item number 19.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing canceling outstanding checks. It's a finance resolution 23:768.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Davila and Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Velez. Discussion on item number 19, Councilman Velez.
Madam BA, can you tell CFO to let me know what was the higher check we canceling?
This Council President, the CFO is on, so if we might be able to.
Yes, Madam BA. Yes, Madam BA. CFO. Where's Javier? He haven't said anything tonight. Javier, can we see your face? Where's Javier?
The CFO. What was the?
I don't see you.
The largest amount we canceled.
Okay, he's still in office. Go ahead, Javier.
5,300.
That's the highest one.
Yep.
We getting better, so that means that people are catching it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 19. I'm sorry, Councilwoman, you have a question?
The highest check that this is cancel of uncashed checks, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the highest of 29,000. Now, I remember we discussed this last year. We asked you guys, we asked everyone to please list the names of who the checks were for, and they're still not there.
Oh, I can send you the names.
So
Javier, send us an email with all the name of the people that never cashed those check. Maybe we know.
But no, the largest one, Council President, is 29,000.
29,000.
That's a lot of money for somebody to hold.
And Council President, the reason I was asking what was the higher, because Ruby Khan hit the point again. what's so difficult to them to advise them the check is there unless, you know, a court retain the check or whatever. But what's the problem? Why they not communicating with those people? Hey, you got a check of 29,000 here sitting on the table. Come on, let's pick it up. Let's deliver it. I don't know.
Gotcha. Understood. Understood. Thank you, council member. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 19.
Roll call on item number 19 for adoption, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
No.
Councilwoman Mims,
Close out the books, yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. Item number 19 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 21, which is the last item of this agenda, Madam Clerk, what I believe. Yeah. So item number 21.
Item number 21 is a resolution addressing a state notice of extension of the CY 2022 Memorandum of Understanding for transitional aid to the city to confirm the council's awareness of the notice and to acknowledge its contents. It's an administration resolution 23:770. A motion, please.
We have a motion, council members.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 21.
Roll call.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Madam BA, can you highlight the most important part of that memorandum?
Sure, Council President and Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Normally, by this time of the year, usually around the same time that we get our transitional aid award letter in the end of the summer, early fall, we also get an updated MOU for the council to sign. So the Division of Local Government Services hasn't completed that. So they have created this notice of extension that says the last year's MOU will continue into 2024. But this will allow us to get the transitional aid for this year before we close out December.
Good, thank you.
So, thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 21 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yeah.
Can you please repeat, Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President,
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
thank you. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, we successfully complete the agenda of this special meeting, meeting. Can I have a motion to close this meeting?
You never did a public portion. Did I miss it or what?
Oh,
Public portion was not done, sorry.
No,
Right.
it wasn't done, my councilman. I do apologize. So yes, it's 10 o'clock. So let's check Ryan. So Madam Clerk, let's connect with Ryan and see how many speakers we have. Yes.
Just say the notice and maybe they'll go after.
Okay. There are 2 people waiting, Mr. President, but I'll repeat the number for them to call at this time as
Please.
well, if I may.
Thank you. We appreciate it, please.
For those who would like to participate in the public portion, please call 973-321-1579. The meeting ID is 8326. Press *3 to be added to the speaker key. Again, the number to call is 973-321-1579. The meeting ID is 8326. Press *3 to be added to the speaker key. And while we are waiting, Mr. President, If I may just ask your permission to let the public know that municipal election packets are now available for pickup in the clerk's office. The deadline to file petitions to be a candidate on the 2024 municipal election ballot is February 29, 2024 at 4 p.m. Not 1 minute after 4 or 2 minutes after 4, exactly 4 p.m. I'll put the person. Okay. We're going to be adding one person now, Mr. President.
Yes, let us know, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Okay. Speaker, are you there as yet?
Hello?
Can you please state your name and address for the record? Hello?
Hello?
Please proceed by stating your name and address for the record. Your name, we're virtual. Can you just state your name for the record? Thank you.
I don't hear anything.
Think we're having technical difficulties, Council President. Can you please repeat your name, caller? I'll go to the next person, please.
Yes, if we could move on to the next speaker, maybe we could come back to him right after the second speaker.
Hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Can you please state your name?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mo Hamza. And let me know when I can start.
You may
Yes, you can start. Good.
Okay. All right, thank you. So hi, I'm Mo Hamza. I'm a proud Palestinian American that has been very close with the Paterson community for many years now. And I'd like to start out by reciting Congressman Pascrell's statement following October 7th. And I quote from Pascrell himself: "Hamas has committed heinous acts of murder against Israelis. Israel has the right to protect its people and respond, and America stands with Israel today. I pray for peace and extend my condolences for the innocent lives lost in these unprovoked attacks." Now let me break this unfactual and dangerous statement down for you guys, and I say this directly to Congressman Pascrell. 1, saying the word unprovoked automatically disqualifies anything you say on this matter. It shows that you lack knowledge and are ignorant towards history. And as a result, it shows that you are a puppet repeating a script handed to you by the very people that line your pockets. Every human who is semi-educated on the matter knows that this goes back 75 years to which Palestinians until this very day have been occupied, oppressed, murdered, and displaced under the tyrannical apartheid regime of Israel. And if you were to ever utter the ridiculous claim that there was ever peace or a ceasefire before October 7th, and that Hamas broke that peace that day, then I ask you, did you know that 47 Palestinian children were murdered by Israeli forces just this year prior to October 7th? I'm going to guess that you didn't know that, or the history of the many other massacres committed by Israel. Saying that Israel has a right to claim self-defense is over a region that it occupies is a fallacy. Israel does not enjoy a right of self-defense under Article 51 of the UN Charter in relation to attacks that operate within an occupied territory that it controls. And since Gaza is very clearly an occupied territory, with Israel clearly being in effective control over it, they absolutely cannot claim a right of self-defense as a result. And 3, You speak only of innocent lives lost in the attack by Hamas, but you don't ever mention a single thing about innocent Palestinian lives lost. Now that you've seen the utter destruction and genocide of the Palestinian people, 29,000 plus civilian murders and counting, with 70% being women and children, are you able to now condemn the terrorist attacks, illegal displacement, and genocidal rhetoric of the Israeli government, IDF, and settlers? Or do you think that it's all warranted because you see Palestinians as subhuman, as your initial statement insinuates? My point here is that you were very quick to immediately condemn the October 7th attack, but you are physically unable to do the same for the active genocide of the innocent Palestinian lives. We all know why. You are shackled to a morally corrupt, evil lobbying group that funds you, and you are willing to take that blood money with a smile on your face, repeating whatever they tell you. Well, I'm here to tell you that we see you. And by we, I mean an overwhelming majority of Muslims and Arabs in the Paterson community who are united and steadfast in their solidarity for the Palestinians and their freedom, and are vehemently against anyone that threatens that. So I ask you to snatch your soul.
You finish?
I think the time has expired for the caller.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get to the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Ryan, can you put the next speaker on, please?
It is important that the members of the community that are in the public portion understand that after 3 minutes, the call will get disconnected automatically. So that's the system.
The person is trying to go through the menu, Ryan said. Just give us a minute or so, Council President.
No problem. Okay, I know we got two speakers. Try to get to the other speaker that couldn't just get into the public portion.
Council President, if I may, I think that I don't know what could be done with that 3 minute shut off like that.
They're connected?
No, I don't. I'm just to me, it's I've gotten to a place and then they shut you off. You could be in the middle of something and they just I don't think it just don't seem right to me, Council President, to be shut off. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think.
I asked that question a lot of times to extend the time of the call.
Point well taken,
with the virtual, you can't do that, but there's something maybe Brian can look something. I don't know, Council President. I don't think it's right. That's all.
I agree with you, Councilwoman. There have to be a system in place where we allow the people to just wrap it up and finish their statement before that. But let's talk to Ryan. I know we're gonna have to use this virtual system in some cases, but we should be ready to hear, the voice of the people, the voice of the community. So let's try to fix the situation.
So, Council President, it's recommended then that we amend the public portion ordinance. Ordinance to put 4 minutes instead of 3 when it's virtual, because they cannot wrap it up in the time they connect themselves and introduce themselves and the line. So 4 minutes is enough.
No,
we're not.
There's no need for that.
Not saying that,
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, if I may. The system have to change in order for us to let them know. Listen, your time is up. Just wrap it up. Not extending the time because they will not know. But we'll talk to
Mr. Price is trying to get in. He says the polar portion, but it's not working. So Mr. Price is trying to get in.
Oh my God! So let me see if Mr. Price sent me a text. I do apologize, Mr. Price, if you send me a text. Myself, when I run out of battery for a longer period of time, and I use my city phone.
Well, I'm telling you because he got us logged. You, me, and Councilwoman, everybody.
Yes. Can we get the? Do we have the other person on the holy portion? No. Okay, no other person.
Do we have a number for Mr. Price? We could perhaps call him for you.
I don't want to give it publicly, but
can you email it to
Ruby Collins next time.
Yeah, I can come.
Councilwoman Ruby, you have it. Can you share that?
Joan,
yes, I will.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes, we definitely want to have Mr. Price on the public portion. Just share the number with Madam Clerk, and that will be our last speaker on the public portion. Right after that,
my request is not favorable. Ryan said we're not able to call out. They just can call in. I'm sorry.
All right. Too bad. So that,
Well,
sorry.
Council President, you send him a text that send the concern on the text so you read it aloud.
My regular phone, what I have in is, I run out of battery. I just got my city phone. Councilwoman will do that. Councilwoman Cotton, please send a text to Mr. Price. Explain the system, how the system works. We allowed to get call, people from calling, not calling out from the system in order for him to be on the public portion. But when we get back into City Hall, we have to correct that. We have to be able to let the people know, like, listen, wrap it up. You 3 minutes expire, and so on and so forth. So, and allowed to get called. Can I have a motion to close the public portion? Madam Clerk, do we need a motion to close public portion, correct?
Yes, we do, sir.
Yes, Councilmember, moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Les. Roll call to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the municipal council meeting, closeout meeting of Thursday, December 28, 2023. Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're closing the public portion at the moment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, let me say this. I have no idea why this is the very first ever closeout meeting that's been held virtual. We obviously through COVID, we understand that we had to have, excruciating circumstances. These meetings are meant for the public, and the least of our concerns at this point seems to be addressing the public's concerns. When the public portion is forgotten about and the meeting is being attempted to be closed before the public portion is even addressed, our responsibilities are to address the public's concerns. I don't know why this meeting's being held virtual. Obviously, certain members are abroad and was unable to attend. We have a responsibility. We've been elected to maintain, our commitment to the community. And tonight is just another example on how the public's trust is being let down. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm going to express my continued displeasure. And Brother Price, why you've been denied your opportunity to address the municipal council, I can't answer that to you, but it's shameful and it should never happen. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
Hi. So to the public, first of all, I want to say to Council President, I want to thank you because I made the request to you if it was possible that we could do a virtual meeting on tonight, being that I have my grandbaby and I wanted to be a part of the important information to move our great city forward. So I want to thank you, Council President, for doing that. I'm sure it wasn't just for me, but I'm sure there were other reasons as well. But I was one of the individuals that made a request to you and you accommodated. And I really appreciate it because I wanted to be a part of a lot of the major discussions that went on tonight. I am a council person that does my due diligence. I read my packets. I came down to City Hall today to get my Chromebook and went through all of the items to make sure I was fully prepared and not just be present. So I think being present in a meeting and fully prepared is a great opportunity. And if we have other opportunities or alternative methods where we can log in, I think it's a great thing that we're able to do. And we had a great majority that came on tonight. So thank you, Council President, for that. To the public, after this, I know this is just a close of public, but Madam Clerk, this will be my last speech on tonight because I have the baby and she is ready for bed. As many know and don't know, I'm a new grandmother. I have three, but I'm a grandmother and she's 3 months old and it is time for her to go to bed. So I'm getting ready to go and bathe her and put her nicely to bed and enjoy. But Paterson, there were some great things and discussions that happened on tonight. I recommend you share, click, tag, and share. YouTube, share it to the public. We made some great decisions on tonight, despite the negativity that happens on social media. I tell all the people, look at the agenda, look at the votes. That does not lie. Compared to if you hear social media, you would think we're doing absolutely nothing. And it is not true. Yes, do we need work? Do things need to get better? Absolutely. But there's still some great things that are happening. To my colleagues, to Councilwoman Davila, we share the same birthday month. I am celebrating for a year this time. Normally it's a month, but I'm going to extend it beyond because I was babysitting this year, but I'm going to extend it beyond. To everyone on council colleagues, Madam Clerk, Corporation Counsel, Madam BA, CFO, and Ryan and everyone, Ermelinda, thank you so much for all that you do all throughout the year. I do have Christmas gifts for everyone. As you know, I try to give Christmas presents to everybody. I do have them, and I will make sure I drop them at City Hall. And I want everybody to check your mailboxes because one time I gave chocolate and people didn't realize it was in there. So make sure you check and get your gifts. So I'll be dropping them off probably in a few days when my daughter is back from her vacation and I can maneuver a little bit outside the baby. Thank you, Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
Closing the public portion, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Cotton, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here. We're closing the public portion. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and Councilwoman Mims. For me, as Council President, this is my job to work with each and every one of you to accommodate you all. Your request was one of the first requests, but I understand that I'm in Dominican Republic right now, helping the people that lost everything due to the flooding, and we put a great event in New Jersey, New Jersey United for Dominican Republic. We bring so many help to the people that need it here. So, and I'm doing this. I'm here working, but we're here, and we did a tremendous job. We make so much progress in this on this meeting, and my cell phone. This is my cell. I cannot charge my phone from here because, I have so many things. But Mr. Price, by saying that it's unprofessional that your phone is dying. No, it's not unprofessional. We've been here since 5:30 and we're doing city business and we're taking care of the city. And that's the reason why we're here, because we committed with our city. I'm not, for me, negativity is not. I'm all about positive. I'm all about moving forward. And to all our Patersonians, look what we did today. Look what we accomplished today. We eliminate the charge on the bucket. We have a new company who's going to be in January the 2nd to kick in, to collect our garbage. We're doing the city business. That's what we're here for. That's the reason why you elect us, to represent you and to make the best decision on your behalf. I'm here. I'm proud of the job that we're doing. And just to close the public portion, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 1 no, 3 absences. The public portion of the closeout meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion to close this meeting. Moved by Councilman David, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call. Madam Clerk, to
Can you please repeat who moved it?
It was moved by Councilwoman David. It was second by Councilman Velez.
Thank you. Roll call to close the Municipal Council closeout meeting for Thursday, December 28, 2023. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the viewing audience that's watching us on a virtual meeting, I think that we have to really take a good look at how the public can speak during the virtual meetings, or how we can make sure that you'll be engaged with everything that we do here. When we do need to do virtual meeting. As you can see, some council members still requested it. Council President, I'm not crazy about virtual meetings, but if council colleagues, this is what they need, you know, we have to, as council members, do our best to work together. This is what was needed. Also, I just want to say to everyone, we celebrated 40 years of Christmas dinner at the Masonic Temple. I want to thank Councilwoman Vera Ames, her vision in 1983, and she's back again with help serving, and it's so important. I delivered 120 meals. We probably fed 200 people, and I want to thank my corporation counsel, Eamon Abushi, for coming out and help serve the community that day. Also, I was able to do toys. I was able to do clothes. I just want to thank like Dow Jacobs, our sportscaster from Paterson, who helped with my toys, my protective gear equipment company. I had my bronze shield, my bronze heat. I also had my Charlotte Sepperson, who helped me with toys. I also had especially my boxing family, my International Boxing Federation, the IBF, which is the only organization with the boxing industry that's stationed that has an office in the United States. So I want to thank them for helping me. As they say, many of the donations that came through the IBF came from around the world. It just wasn't from New Jersey. It just wasn't from the United States. It was from around the world. That people still remember Ed Cotton, and I just want to thank them for doing everything. I want to say also to wish all my colleagues a happy New Year's. Have a safe New Year's. There's so many things that we need to get done, and I can see talking with our director, especially Billy Rodriguez tonight about DPW, different items. I think that we need to kind of look at some things differently than how we have been looking at it in the past. But to you all, to Madam Clerk, Jackie Murray, to Joan Douglas there, to my Madam BA, Kathleen Long, to my Bushi, the Corporation Counsel, to my CFO. Of course, I cannot forget my Ryan, our IT guy, who's sitting in the office here with the Madam Clerk. And also Councilwoman Davila and I are in the office for this meeting. But I want to wish everyone a very happy New Year's. Be safe. If you would like to do things with the family. I want to thank also, I was one of the sponsors last night for the Color Purple at the Fabian 8 Theater. It was really a good show. I really enjoyed it. I want to thank Assemblyman Benjamin Wimberly for asking me to help be part of the sponsors in of the program. But I also want to remind, our Black History Month is coming up in February. We only got much. Please, council members, please have someone in mind that you would like to submit to be honored for Black History Month, which is in February. Councilman Jackson, and Councilwoman Mim, I will be reaching out to you both, okay, for the Black History Month program. With that being said, Happy New Year's to you all out there. God bless you all. Do whatever you can to help one another. I had a quote, and what I've learned is that God put us here to be caretakers and not takers. And we must always remember that. We're here to serve, we're here to help, we're here to do the best that we can for everyone if we can. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Sorry, I was speaking. I was muted. I know that we started the beginning of the meeting in prayer, and we send our condolences to our colleague, Councilman Horreed, for the passing of his mom. Soon after I heard, the same day, I reached out to him, and he did respond, so he just asked for prayers. In addition, I lost somebody that I worked with for many years at Passaic County Community College. She was a young woman. I mean, I knew her as a student, a work study, a temp, and then a permanent full-time administrator. She passed away a few days ago, and I'm truly, truly saddened. Patrice Carter, my condolences to your entire family, specifically your son and your mom. To the gentleman who spoke, John, truly, your message is powerful. As you spoke, I can just feel the pain. And that's why in today's statement, to me, it was important to support such resolution and understanding that you must be fully informed before you make statements. That may necessarily come out or maybe deliberate, I don't know. But I can only talk about self and, my feelings and what I say and how I mean it. To everyone, thank you for the well wishes for my birthday. I had so many people reach out to me. I wanted to go see The Color Purple yesterday, but the New Jersey Puerto Rican Commission held an event at the Brownstone, and it was beautiful, and it was the same day, same time. To all, I want to wish you, I know there was a lot going on in the city. Councilman Abdulaziz did not speak on it, but, we teamed up and hit the mayor along with Commissioner Ramirez. They sponsored a float, and it was beautiful going around the 6th Ward and just spreading holiday cheers, and the people just out there. People's Park was amazing. People were out there just waiting and just, just being happy and even dancing in the streets. Even with all the hurt that's going on, even with everything, there's a moment where, especially if you have children, right, that you want to show them that, that we want peace and that it's about family. And the most beautiful thing I can say is, and my wishes to all of you is that, family is first. And a lot of times we like to give, and we put our family through so many things. And, I've chosen to, specifically when it's not bad weather, I've chosen that if we're going to have, for whatever reason, a virtual meeting, I've chosen to be in my seat in my office. Bringing some of this stuff home, to hear certain comments being made, and to have your family member sit there to hear this, it may not affect me the way it would affect him. So with that said, Councilwoman Cotton, whenever there's a virtual meeting and weather permits, I'll be sitting here. Unless I'm traveling somewhere. But with that said, I just want to say Happy New Year. Let 2024 bring, unity, health, love, because I think that's what this world is missing, is love, love, love. And you know what? When you wake up in the morning, who's ever by your side, be it your husband or your wife or your loved one or whoever, or your child, just hug them. Mm-hmm. Hug them. Give them a big hug. Hugs are important. They release beautiful energy. So with that said, Council President, you are missed. My Vice President is also missed. He's always bothering me. And I think that's what I miss about him. But to all, Corporation Counsel, Madam B.A., our CFO, Amelinda, was nice, partaking with you a few days ago. To Joan, to Madam Clerk, I'm looking forward to sitting together with you on the 12th. In addition to that, I'm looking forward to supporting, the next measure for your reappointment, all right? To IT, to everyone, to every colleague here, from the first word, Councilman Jackson, to Councilman Kalik, Council President, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez, our Vice President, Councilman Abdulaziz of the 6th, Councilman Fareed at large, and Councilwoman Mims at large. I wish you the best. Happy New Year. I hope I did not forget anyone. Much love. Peace out. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let me start by saying this, and I'm extremely happy and appreciative that Dr. Mims and had an opportunity to spend with her grandbaby. Not to one up you, but I'm also a new grandfather, which my grandson is present as well. And I'm glad that other council members have had the opportunity to travel and help those abroad. But the fact of the matter is, we've all been duly elected to take care of a responsibility here. And anytime we have one member of our community who's slighted, then we're not doing our best to take care of the needs of the people that we are elected to serve. I know many of us may feel as if, our personal needs, and that's fine. It's wonderful that we all have personal needs and personal agendas to fulfill, but it does not mean the public's interest is to take second fiddle to that, second hand to that. The last virtual meeting we had, and it's not my words, it was the words of the council president. It was horrible, horrendous. The system in which allowed the public to have access wasn't working properly, and yet again tonight it wasn't working properly yet again. We have an obligation to the public. That's our first and foremost, our biggest commitment that we should be abiding by. And I stand firmly on that. And I'm here to address the public's concerns. Nothing personal. Many of us may take it personally, but it's not personal. It's about what our jobs are. Further, let me just say this last piece, Madam Clerk, and I want to say thank you to everyone from the First Ward and beyond. People who are reaching out to me, asking me, can they support? And I'm happy to announce that I'm the absolute only certified candidate in the entire city, in which we picked up our petitions Monday. We got them a little late because of the flooding that took place that Monday. And the objective was to return them back in the same day. We returned them less than 24 hours later, and we were then certified. And it was only because of the excitement in the ward of all the people who have reached out to me in support of my candidacy. So I appreciate that. And my commitment remains steadfast to fight on your behalf. And I'm proud to announce that despite the minority viewpoint of maybe a handful of people who may regard my actions as being a show and or being some type of personal, agenda, I'm here to fight in the public's best needs, and I'm happy to receive from them that they see it that way too. The majority of the public sees it that way, and I'm looking forward to this upcoming election, and I'm looking forward to the changes that's coming down the pipeline. I won't elongate this any longer, Madam Clerk. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to supporting you as well in your reappointment. And with that being said, my vote is yes. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims. Is she there? Maybe she left. Okay.
I think she left, Madam Clerk.
She left.
Councilman Velez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't want to prolong this more than it is. I want to thank the community, first of all, that allow me at least take 6 days out of the Fifth Ward, but I have not abandoned them, because from here, I'm being working and aware of the situation in the Fifth Ward regarding the garbage collection and proactive with DPW, making sure that the ward is running smooth. Also, I want to thank my 3 aides that I have. That's why we have 8 that work with us out there, and making sure that they are the ears, the eyes, and also the voice of the leadership that I bring since 2016 into the Fifth Ward. I'm happy that we did turkey giveaway, toy giveaway. I want to thank all those donated, Sheriff Department, Civil Society Nation, the community that came out and support us and giving out those toys the other day, the day before Christmas Eve. And once again, I'm happy that I'm in the Dominican Republic. I have a family to take care, and sometimes when you sit back and give, and you add all the time that you give back to the community and shorthand your family, then you think you're committing a sin, because family first. Trust me.
I think we lost him.
He's still on. It looked like
He's still there. He's still there.
still there. Are you still there, Councilman Velez?
He could be still there, but his voice isn't there.
No, I mean, I think the reception is really.
Okay, Council President, would you like me to move on if he comes back before?
If it's come back, definitely we will allow Councilman Velez. Just continue, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Council President.
Is he there? Go ahead.
No, if I may, Council President, could I just announce the Kwanzaa celebration for the rest of the week?
Yes, you forgot to announce the Kwanzaa. Councilwoman. We are in Kwanzaa right now. We are.
Yes,
Council President, my apologies, Councilwoman, but Councilman Velez is on the phone. I guess he's having an issue, so he wanted to know if he can finish his statement. I'll put him on speaker.
Put him on this. Do me a favor, Councilwoman. Since we're, I'll put him on the speaker. That way he could finish through here.
You got 1 minute. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Of course. Thank you.
Can you hear him?
We could hear Councilman Velez. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to join Council President. Yes, my phone died, and as now I'm professional, is that the battery went dead. But I just want to say to all the rest of the Fifth Ward administration, Bushi, Eamon Bush, thank you for your service. Madam Clerk, all the staff from the city clerk to the city council secretary, and all the staff from City Hall, thank you for being my friend. To my colleague, that God bless you, give you health, that next year make some resolution to bring peace to the council, peace to the community, and work together. God bless you all. Congratulations, all the grandfathers and grandmother that God gave them a nice, beautiful baby. I haven't seen it, but I know it's beautiful when you know that adding to the family is important. So God bless you all. Thank you, Council President and Councilwoman Davila, to allow me to finish my statement over the phone. Last but not least, whoever signed petitions for Louis Velez, you're going to look at the petition. If my name is not printed in that petition, please do not sign it, because of all my petition, my name is printed. So if you sign and people say that you sign it for Louis Velez, make sure you sign it for Louis Velez, a petition that is signed. The reason I'm saying this, I have a report out there that people are trying to use Louis Velez's name to just get petitions. But True and Real is going to be here in 4 more years. I'm anxious to see May 14, 2024. And God bless all. God bless you, Councilman. And God bless you, Council President, and everybody that was today's meeting. Saying that, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you. I got my last vote for very brief. Councilwoman, please announce the day and the location, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President. Tomorrow, which is Friday, the 29th of December, we're going to be at Ujama. It's going to be at school number 28. It is from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. At 200 Presidential Boulevard. Our guest speaker going to be there is Larry Ham. On Saturday is Naya, and it's going to be at Paterson Public Library, the Assembly Room, which is Saturday, December 30th, from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. From Sunday, Kumamba Creativity is going to be at Rosa L. Parks High School, 413 12th Avenue, and that's going to be on Sunday from 2 to 4. Saturday and Sunday will be from 2 to 4, Paterson Public Library, Assembly Room, and Rosa Parks High School, 413 12th Avenue. Also on Monday, it's going to be that at the Historic Calvary Baptist Church with his faith. Faith is going to be and it's going to be from 2 p.m. To 4 p.m. on Monday, which is January 1st, New Year's Day, at the Historic Calvary Baptist Church. And before I go, Council President, if I may, I want everyone out there to know that Ruby Cotton is running for re-election. For the rumors, they can just stop the rumors that I'm not running. I am running. And I'm standing on what I have standing on for the last 10 years. Dedication, commitment, and accessibility. That's what I have stood on, and I will continue to stand on. Council President, thank you so much for allowing me to announce the Kwanzaa celebration and to let me announce my running for re-election for the May 14th, 2024 election. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. And just since my vote before I vote, let me just say that for me, it is a blessing and a great honor to serve the city of Paterson and to be the president of this governing body. And my job is to keep this council united. When you call me, when you ask me, I'm always available and accessible to the need of my council colleague. And I take a request from my council colleague very seriously. People they will blame you for a lot of things, even though they'll blame you that your phone is died. I will charge my phone. I've been here since 5:30, sitting right here. I will be able to charge my phone, but I will answer everybody's back. I will answer every person back. I love to serve the community. I love to serve this city. And let me take this time to wish the administration, Madam BA, Corporation Council, Melinda, all the staff, a happy and a very successful New Year 2024. Love and blessing to all of you and your family. To my council colleague, wishing you a happy and a very blessed New Year. Looking forward to this 2024 to work together with all of you with a lot of projects. On the 12th, we electing our new deputy clerk. On the 13th, we have a board retreat to bring this council together. I'm not gonna stop working. I took the decision to stay on the positive side, not on the negative side. There's too much negativity. There's too much hate. Even though, Mr. Price, I love you, but by you saying that you're not voting for me because my cell phone died and it's unprofessional, I love you. And I'm still going to picking up your call and I'm still going to be serving you. And I'm still going to be working for every resident, all in the third ward and the entire city of Paterson. I love this community. I'm out of Paterson not because I want to. I came to Dominican Republic because many organizations throughout the state of New Jersey, elected officials in the city of Paterson, and throughout the state of New Jersey, make a lot of donations to the Dominican Republic to help the people in need over here, the people that lost everything due to the flooding. We have 5 people sleeping on the floor. It was devastating. So I've been here working for the last 6 days. We finished the job. It's a blessing. And I want to take this time to thank all the organization, all the elected officials, community leaders, the entire city of Paterson for all your donation. The job was done, on your behalf. The job was done. Also to the Alex Mendez team. Yes, Councilwoman, thank you. Thank you. You guys put it together. And I'm here representing each and every one of you that make those donations to help the people of the Dominican Republic. I'm a little dark, as you see. But also to the Alex Mendez team, I want to say thank you. We have the largest toys giveaway ever in this, this Christmas. We have a flow. I went through the entire third ward, the 5th Avenue complex, Brilliant Avenue, Heritage Place, Park Avenue, Madison, Union Avenue. I went through the entire city of Paterson, basically a large. I visited all my council colleagues, different ward, almost all of them. But it was amazing to bring a smile to so many children in the city of Paterson. Also, my turkey giveaway, it was phenomenal. It was fantastic. We have a lot of different events coming up on the pipeline. To the resident of the city of Paterson. Even though I'm being out of the city, I'm been working. I've been over the phone addressing the problem with the garbage on East 83rd, 14th Avenue, 18th Avenue. We just keep pushing. We just keep working. I'm here to serve this community, and I don't do this for a paycheck. I could do this for free anytime, 24/7. God already blessed me more than I deserve. Let me let everybody knows that. Also, as I hear my councilwoman Cotton say that. Yes, I do running for my re-election in the third ward. God is great, and He's right there, and He's looking at every person. He knows everybody's heart, and He knows my heart, and He knows that I love to serve this community. That's what I'm planning to do. and he will decide when I stop and move beyond into another chapter in my life. But until now, I'm getting ready for my re-election. I'm getting ready to continue working for my community. I'm getting ready to continue working for this council, to keep this council united. And in closing, if you look at this meeting, there was a comment, oh, this meeting is all disorganized. As you see, I will invite every person to look at the agenda and look how much progress we made today. Look how much progress we make today. Even though with this garbage collection, on the second we have a new company, and we came into an agreement to eliminate the cost for the resident for the bulk. I mean, that's amazing. Those are decisions that are impacting our resident directly. When you hear people talking about, oh, this council is dysfunctional, they are irresponsible, I will invite you to look at the record. Go check the proof. Do not listen to, I mean, talk is cheap. All right. Just look at the result, the things that we're doing for the city. And look at the time. We sit here at 5:30, it's December the 28th. I don't believe that whoever is sitting here doesn't have the best interest for the city of Paterson. But you know what? There's a lot of negativity. I'll stay in a positive way, and I stay in love. God bless you, Paterson. God bless each and every one of you. Happy and a very successful New Year 2024 to all my Paterson residents. Stay tuned. Stay close to your family, to our youth out there. Parents, make sure stay on top of your children. Check on them. New Year's around the corner. Make sure that we're still together. Please support Paterson Police Department. Our Paterson Police Department, we have a lot of new officers. They are there. They're doing the work. Let's support the community. The only way we're going to move the city forward is by working together, not by being divided. God bless you all. Happy 2024. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The closeout meeting of Thursday, December 28, 2023 is hereby adjourned. Good night and Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year's of Melinda Lopez.
It's Amelinda.
Forget about her. We so sorry.
Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone. Have a great
Okay.
Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year, Paterson.
Bye-bye. Felicidades.
Felicidades. You see, you learn in Spanish. I love that.
Good night.